discussing the halts today. It is going to be an interesting one on AMC and GameStop, and we are going to discuss the leaps theory, which, if correct, could lead to some ridiculous movements on the prices of these stocks over the next 2 days. I am sure a lot of people are getting shaken out right now, but the majority of the seasoned retail investors, the probably 6 to 10 million seasoned retail investors holding AMC and GameStop, are well aware of what's going on right now and are not surprised in the slightest. Not surprised in the slightest. As a matter of fact, YOLO, right? I bought more call contracts just now. And I think that it is a very good opportunity to do so. Of course, some people are going to say, you're absolutely nuts. The stock is tanking. It was at $6.60 earlier, and it's at $4.87 now. Naturally, as you guys may have known this already, Warren Buffett has said several times in the past, be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are fearful. And ladies and gentlemen, some may be fearful. That means I will be greedy. I picked up just shy of 100 more call contracts. We got GameStop halted again. AMC was just halted around, I think, either 2 or 3 times. We're about to pull it up right now. Good morning, Nina, Oregon Wild Boy, English Patriots, Omar. Yeah, oops. Adam Aaron and Ryan Cohen did it again. They made our stocks go down. Oh, no. Gino, good to see you. Jonathan, Jana, welcome, my friends. Bliss, ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Phil, I never sold, never. Diamond Hands. Oh, I do want to make one disclaimer. I did sell some call contracts earlier today, and then about 10 minutes later, when the price went down, I turned those 10 call contracts into 100. So that's the beauty of the call contract. I took some profits and reinvested it on much more shorter dated with call contracts with less theta. And of course, those of you that understand what calls are going to call me a freaking degenerate, and I'm okay with that. You can call me a degen, no problem. Hey, sweet pea. Hey, you want to say hi? Hi. Baby boss has made an appearance. Seems like she has just woken up. How are you doing, baby girl? Did you have a good night? All right, let's take a look. GameStop is back, unhalted on GameStop again. They said, good morning, mini boss. They said, good morning to you, mini boss. You're mini boss now.
No.
No?
My own baby boss.
What's your name?
Baby boss.
Baby boss. This is baby boss, and she knows it. It's great. I got to put on the hat, though.
I want big on hat.
Okay, you put on my hat.
Huh.
There you go. That's awesome.
It fits me.
It fits you perfectly. Do you want me to adjust it for you? Oh, I am blessed, to say the least. Good morning, John. Good morning, Lisa. Boris. Cheers, my friends. Jana says, you are baby boss. You are a precious baby boss.
My hat
But yeah, we will possibly be streaming with AMC Bigums and a couple other friends today. I know for a fact that, where is my background? What happened to my Lit Exchange logo, and why the heck is it missing? I need to fix that right away. Let's start off the morning while we count the halts. Let's see. Hang on one second. Let's check out all the Roaring Kitty tweets. For those of you that are unaware, we're going to go over the Leaps theory, which is a very solid theory that Leaps contracts that were issued 39 months ago in February of 2021 are coming due and expire this Friday and needed to be rolled and still need to be rolled. But as you guys may know, between AMC and GameStop, these two stocks were halted 38 times yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to tell me that we're wrong,
No.
if you want to tell me that it's a bad idea to invest in these stocks, well, it just shows me you do not have any risk tolerance and you will probably be poor forever. It is what it is. I hope you're not offended by that. But for me, it shows me that I'm on the right track, that I'm doing the right thing. It gives me conviction because I've done my due diligence for thousands of hours. We're going to look at trading halt data from the New York Stock Exchange, okay? And today, we have GameStop 1. You know what, I'm going to open up Paint. We're going to keep a little tracker today to see how many we had. Because, of course, yesterday, like I said, we had 38. Let's do this with my shitty, terrible handwriting here with my mouse. Halts. And we're going to do Jimmy. G-M-E. And we're going to do Amy with the A-M-C. You know what? I'm going to do this one right here. So I can make this screen a little bit less wide. Now, 1 GameStop, 2 GameStops, 3 GameStops, 4 GameStop halts, 5 GameStop halts. So far today, 6 GameStop halts. That is correct. We have 6 GameStop halts so far. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And now let's check out the AMC. Look, AMC's back up to $5.11. GameStop's back up to $34. Both down 25 and 30% respectively. Let's see. AMC has been halted for our protection. 1. Well, let me start again. How many, Kelsey? 1. What comes next? 2. And then 3. But we've had 2 AMC halts so far today, it looks like. 1 and 2. Correct. All right. So this ought to be fun. I agree, Kelso. You having fun? That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having fun. Are you guys having a good time yet? Yes, Andrew brings up a great point. Didn't the same thing happen in 2021? We had a green Monday, green Tuesday, massive red Wednesday, and then a huge run on Thursday. And now, yes, that's correct, we did. And now Roaring Kitty went from tweeting every 30 minutes to tweeting every 15 minutes. That's exactly right. Again, that's why I said, beginning of the day today, if you weren't here, I sold off some of my call contracts. I think I sold off 10 of them. Maybe it was exactly 10. And they were for May and June. And then I purchased almost 100 call contracts that expire this Friday. But of course, I've got others that expire June and January of this year and next year still. As well as plenty of shares, I would say. Yes, Gold Addict, we actually had 38 total halts. 38 total halts between AMC and GameStop yesterday. And so far we've got 6 on GameStop and 2 on AMC. And we're going to keep close track of it today for fun. Why not, right? We're going to keep close track of it today and really see how this moves along. Because why not, right? I'm going to keep this up on the side of the screen so it doesn't take up too much real estate here. I think this is a good spot where it doesn't interfere with much. Actually, I can just pop it over here. Amy and Jimmy Halts. Yeah, it's obvious that the manipulation is there, right? And if you're scared by the rapid price movements, you should not be investing in any stocks on the market whatsoever. The reason I say this is because this is what happens during times of volatility. You're either a seasoned investor or you're not. What do they pay for a halt? They don't pay anything. When they halt stocks, they don't have to pay anything. But it gives them the ability to load orders into the system to be executed immediately upon the exit of the halt. Therefore, they can load up lots and lots of sale orders and short sales and naked shorts and operational shorts, and they can sell synthetic shares that don't actually exist because the market maker exception, Rule 203B, allows them to legally sell shares that don't exist. And then they have to go out and grab them later and deliver them. But of course, they've got, 35 days? That data is delayed about 35 days. And naturally, that's why you see massive failures to deliver on these stocks. Because they are artificially diluting the stocks. And when something like a dividend is issued, then shorts have to pay for that dividend. And if there are billions and billions of synthetic shares, well, the shorts have to pay for all of those synthetic shares to receive the dividend as well. Hence why they are so concerned about dividends. Cruz, you're putting in some shift these past few days, boss. Appreciate you, brother. Much love from Scotland. Cheers, my friend. Really appreciate you as well. I was busy this morning with the family, so I am a little bit late today, but it's not for any reason other than I had to take care of my family first. But of course, I'm here. The stock price does not scare me. I did not get scared away or anything along that. You guys have seen me tweeting and talking big time about what's going on here on the markets, including AMC and GameStop, for better or for worse. And I guess I'm just so used to this that it doesn't bother me at all. And I know a lot of new investors and a lot of let's call them baby apes, right? New AMC and GameStop investors are probably freaking out or concerned and stuff like this. But as I've told you guys before, this is a long hold. Let me move this over. This is a long hold in the sense that the company's fundamentals are phenomenal for both AMC and GameStop, and they're increasing every day. That does not, however, mean that I don't expect them to squeeze at some point. But again, not saying it has to be today or this week or this month even. I do suspect that that's what's going on. Hence why we're here right now, and tomorrow we'll be here, and Friday we'll be here, and next week we'll be here if we deem necessary. But it sure is looking like we will deem it necessary. And if it doesn't squeeze or go to the moon this week or this month, I will continue to buy and hold because I understand that these stocks are incredible growth and value stocks. Not to mention the fundamentals are getting better every single day. They've paid off tons of debt. They have less debt than they did prior to the scamdemic shutdowns. And they've got around $750 million in cash and cash equivalents on hand for AMC and over $1.2 billion in cash on hand for GameStop. These companies are in phenomenal shape. This is the calm before the storm. Corey says, I bought more and it instantly dropped. I'm a newbie, I suppose. Hey, Miguel says, I'm holding strong in Dallas, Texas. Not worried. I agree with you, my friend. Not worried at all. Hey, Texas, cheers, my friend. Thanks for the support. I appreciate that. Yes. Samony Walbeck, how much faith do you think we should have in the CAT system? I really like the CAT system a lot. I'm really pumped for the CAT system, to be honest with you, in the sense that it will allow the Securities Exchange Commission to nail the naked shorts every time that they're doing these illegal actions. Now, is it going to stop them entirely from committing fraud on the markets? No, of course not. But it will start costing them a lot more money, and it will give the SEC insights that they currently do not have on these stocks and on the market manipulators that are out there abusing these market makers exemptions, that are abusing the naked shorting laws. Because as you guys may know, it's illegal, highly illegal. Paul P says, "Boss, my bank blows. They said I physically have to sign for a wire. I cannot do it over the phone. I'm pissed." Sorry to hear that, man. You know, that's one of the reasons why I moved to a credit union. And thankfully, you know what? I can't do it over the phone either, but I have to answer a ton of personal questions and transactional questions. And then they allow me to sign it digitally as well. So it's not easy in the sense that they still do a lot of verification on me to make sure I am who I am, and I've told them to do that in the past so that people can't call in using fake AI versions of my voice, because I've done hundreds and hundreds of hours of content, actually thousands of hours probably at this point. Yeah. But they do verify a lot of my transactions, all of my personal information, and so on. I'm not going to give any details, of course, and also information related to my accounts that nobody else would know. And then they do allow me to digitally sign it once I've verified all that info as well. So that is really nice. And the great thing about my credit union is they only charge $25 for a wire instead of like the standard 38 like a lot of banks. So for me, it's just a nice little drop in the bucket to have that buying power available immediately. And I did make another wire transfer, as the degenerate that I am, to one of my other brokerage accounts. I do have multiple brokerages. I've got 4 brokerage accounts, and I don't trust a single fucking one of them. Hence the reason why I'm creating the upcoming stock brokerage lit exchange, because I don't trust a single damn broker on the market. But right now, they're the only options, right? There's 100 brokerages. They're pretty much all owned by hedge funds and pieces of shit. But there's no other options. It is an extremely highly regulated field that has a massive barrier of entry in terms of cost, in terms of regulation, in terms of compliance, in terms of legalities and such. And we have had to tread very carefully over the last 2.5 years that we've been working on Lit Exchange to create our software, our applications, front end, back end, get our teams together and ready to rock and roll. We're hiring contractors and employees and such, and we're about to launch our Reg D and Reg C in private equity investments next week. So we're really excited for that. And, I can't give you an exact ETA for launch yet, unfortunately, as we're not technically a registered broker-dealer. And doing so could get me in some legal trouble. So I will just say that I will keep you guys posted as our FINRA approval comes along. And we already filed Reg D with the Securities Exchange Commission. And we will be filing our Form C for our Reg CF raise here this week as well. And next week we will be launching our official raise. As you guys may know, we did start that with WeFunder about a month and a half ago. But their escrow bank was unable to work with an upcoming stock brokerage firm. So we had to go and find a more retail-friendly and a funding portal that is approved by FINRA that more closely aligns with what we're trying to do in helping retail investors. Yeah, let's check out the Roaring Kitty videos, guys. I am pumped for that. AMC announces debt for equity exchange and wipes out $164 million due 2026 for about $7 a share. This is huge. AMC has just announced a debt for equity exchange and has wiped out $164 million worth of debt notes that are due in 2026. And those debt notes due in 2026 are some of the debts that prevent AMC from some of the notes that prevent AMC from issuing a dividend. That's excellent news. So it was a 2026 PIK, payment in kind, debt note that they have paid off with the issuance of debt for equity at $7 a share, and it wipes out $164 million worth of debt from them. This is great news. Great to see. Cool. Let's keep the AMC and Gamestop halts up on the screen as much as we can, huh? And again, if you're just joining us now, we've had 6 halts on Jimmy and 2 halts on Amy so far. And yeah, you guys, that is big. That is big. AMC completed the offering on Tuesday for $250 million worth. They sold around $71 million. They sold 71 million shares over the last 2 months, and they completed the offering on Tuesday. As the stock price was up heavily, they were able to really capitalize on it and raised $250 million worth. As you guys know, the last several times in 2021, when AMC issued shares, that caused the stock price to go up quite a lot. So that is great news for AMC. Prior to that, they had $625 million in cash on hand. They raised an additional $250 million. That puts them right around $850 million in cash or so on hand. They used some of it to pay off some debt and move that on further out. And aside from that, they also paid off the $165 million in debt, as I just got done saying. On top of that, that's separate. They paid off an additional $165 million in debt by issuing some shares at $7 a share. So they got a really, really great deal on that. If you're mad at Adam Aron or the CEO, or the board of directors of AMC for paying off $165 million worth of debt for $7 a share, that's very ignorant. So I could not be more happy, as a business owner, as a person who has started and who's founded and operated and built multiple companies from $0 to millions of dollars. It is very, very advantageous for AMC to have done so, and very smart as a board of directors to have done that as well. And as you guys know, GameStop is no slouch either. They have absolutely no debt, with the exception of a very, very small loan that was provided to them by the French government back in the scamdemic times, that they received for extremely low to no interest. Very, very, very low interest rate. So there's no point in them paying that off early, because they're actually there's an arbitrage there, and they're actually beating inflation by not paying that loan off early, because their interest rate is so low due to that government scamdemic loan that they received from the French government. So both very, very smart companies run by incredible CEOs. Adam Aron has taken a 50% pay cut, or at his request, at his demand. He requested the board of directors to take a 50% pay cut of him, so that he can show retail that he's on our side. He's also the #1 shareholder of AMC stock. Ryan Cohen has also foregone his salary entirely from GameStop. Yakeen, may I ask, what is your businesses? Yes, formerly I was a real estate broker, and I moved over into freight brokerage. I have a company that is a trucking, logistics, distribution, and freight brokerage firm. And naturally, that is part of my stepping stone, as brokerage is in my blood now for nearly 20 years, from real estate broker to freight broker to now upcoming stock broker. Hence why, we are moving into hence why I feel it very natural for us to move into the stock brokerage space, in order to be able to provide a better business model for retail investors. And frankly, it's a business model that any one of these brokerages could provide, but none of them actually want to go from making a lot of money to making still a lot of money, but less money, by moving away from dark pools and moving away from payment for order flow. So it's an easy in in the sense that the barrier to entry is still very high, but none of the other assholes and hedge fund pricks are going to help retail investors by reducing their amounts of income and their amounts of profit. They're going to continue to do things as they are now with payment for order flow, with front running trades, with market manipulation, with lending out your shares, with dark pools and so on. So you get the idea. So that's some of my businesses now. I've had several others in the past. Hotshot Expediting Inc., trucking, Hotshot Expediting and Logistics, logistics and distribution, and now Hotshot Logistics, a freight brokerage firm. So those are what I've been working on for the last going on 13 years now. Those three companies specifically, as when prior to that I've had other businesses as well. So enough about me. Just from Dax says he had a private offering for $7.33, not $5. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from, but yeah, you're right. It was around $7 and change. That's correct. Patriot, no one on the AMC board, including AA, purchased a single share of AMC stock. Patriot Drone, the board of directors and Adam Aaron have given up like 90% of their salary in cash to be paid in AMC stock. They're literally buying AMC stock every day that they go to work. Every single day that they work, instead of getting paid in cash, 90% of their salary comes in the form of AMC stock. So they're literally buying AMC stock every motherfucking day. Use your fucking head, man. Blake, I work for a heavy-duty parts distributor. Come buy from us. My friend, well, we don't buy parts. We, help manufacturers and distributors ship parts. We do LTL. We do full truckload. We do hot shots. We do, flatbeds, dry vans, 53-foot dry vans, 48, 53-foot flatbeds, step decks, Conestogas, you name it. You know what I mean? So we do a lot of different businesses, a lot of different business, reefer work as well. But yeah, if you guys ever need anything, look up Hotshot Logistics and shoot us an email. It is Harsha. Any stock can be diluted unlimited by the market makers. Your comment is honestly, I would say retarded, but that would be offensive to mentally retarded people. Your comment is really fucking dumb. Sorry. I call it like I see it. Brandon and Eliza said, thanks for the super chat, by the way. Said June 21st, $20 open interest is insane. I almost forgot to tell you guys. They opened up new strikes. The market makers had to open up new strikes on AMC in order to marry more calls and puts. That's what I bought today. I was going to get to that point. Like when I told you earlier that I bought almost 100 more call contracts, I bought strikes that didn't exist yesterday. Shit, let me move this over a little bit here. I can't believe I almost forgot to mention that. See here, the $20.50 strike for AMC did not exist yesterday. The $21 strike did not exist yesterday. And the $22 strike did not exist yesterday. Oh, you know what? Is it those? Yes, it is those, I believe. But let me pull them up further out as well so you guys can see this. Yep, here they are. Up until this morning, you could only buy AMC calls up until the $12.50 strike. Okay? Eric Rain says, I'm packaging rep and we use Hot Shots a lot. Great company. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, if you ever need us, Hotshot Logistics, man, just check us out on Google. HotshotEXP.net. Shameless plug. Open interest, $10,910 on the $12.50 strike. You see, I'm looking at, you can't see this, but I'm looking at May 24th right now, just to show you guys. This is next week. The $13 strike is brand new. $14, $14.50, $15, $15.50, all the way to the $22 strike. Now, there has been volume on these. You see 2,494, but the open interest is still showing the dash. I'm guessing this is because they're so brand new that Webull hasn't been able to update the information yet. But CJ just says that 58% of the AMC float has already been traded, and we've only been trading for not even an hour and a half yet. Just from Dax has a good point. If the squeeze is over, why are you commenting on this chat? Yeah, right. Don't you have better things to do with your life? Either you're a loser or you're a paid shill if you're over here commenting on this chat and you think the squeeze is over, to be completely frank with you. Let me scoot things over just a tad. I'm going to try and compress this a little bit. I want you guys to be able to see the price on both sides. I got GameStop chart open right here. Or sorry, AMC chart open right here with the GameStop price action right here. We will move between the two throughout the day as we continue to check them out. Travis says the pump and dump is over. Reddit has ruined AMC. That's hilarious. Yeah, man, I'm so worried. Thank you so much for coming to warn us. Oh my God. What would I do without you, Travis? You fucking tool. Hey, free like summer. Just bought my first shares of AMC. I am now officially an ape. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. We have been here for over 3 years. Some of us have made a lot of money on AMC and GameStop shares and contracts, and we're still here. And we're here because it ain't over. If I felt that the squeeze was over, I'd be gone, because I can guarantee you that YouTube doesn't pay shit. Twitter doesn't pay shit. So I'm not doing this for money from those assholes, because they don't fucking pay. You know what? Do me a favor, mods. Let's get Varen, if you're watching this video, drop me a comment so I can mod you. Hilsey and other mods, thank you guys very much for all your help. Mama Bear, I really appreciate you guys, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, don't say shilly things or the mods will ban you guys. You know what I mean? They will lock you out. And if you're an AMC and GameStop investor, I want you to be able to share information and comments here. Thank you so much, Mama Bear, and all you guys, all you ladies and gentlemen that are moderating. But yeah. Yeah, I like the fact that it's named the Cat System as well. That's pretty fucking awesome. Let's take a look at Roaring Kitty's tweets. But I felt very excited that I needed to tell you guys about the new strikes. A lot of people are unaware that, just so you know, yesterday, GameStop, they issued new strikes on GameStop, new calls. So up until yesterday, you can only buy $35 strike. Yesterday, they opened up the rest of the chain for GameStop so you could buy more. And they opened up new strikes. They didn't open up the rest of the chain. I said that wrong. And the same thing happened today on AMC. Today on AMC, what was yesterday the top strike at $12.50, today they opened up the chain even farther, so now you can buy up to $22. Now there was 2 months, like June and January, where you could buy up to $20. As you can see here, as shown by the open interest here, this is the June 21st of 2024. There's 81,000 open interest on the AMC $20 strike. And today, because they moved it up to 22, you can now buy the $21 and the $22 strike. And the same goes for January of 2025 contracts. And I even YOLO'd even further into May 17th contracts expiring in 2 days. All the way up at the $22 strike. I own quite a few of these 2,359 AMC $22 strike contracts now. I paid 6 cents a piece for them. They're currently going for 5. Not worried again at the same time. And if I lose that money, I will just buy more. I'm not concerned about it because they have such ridiculous potential. Like I said, a lot of people don't realize that, yes, they're extremely dangerous. You could lose every dime you put into a call contract. But a lot of people don't realize that in June of 2021, when I was buying call contracts in late May, they were costing me $22 a piece for the $40 strike on AMC, when AMC was still at $10 to $13. And when AMC ran up to $79 a share in intraday trading, those call contracts at the $40 strike that were now deep in the money on June 2nd were worth around $6,300. So from $22, I made $6,300 on each one of those contracts that I sold at that moment. Some of them I sold on the way up. Some of them I sold near the top. Some of them I sold on the way down from that price. Naturally, because I like to layer and stagger instead of just make one bulk move. So there is a significant amount of profit, and it's an actually unlimited amount of profit that can be made, theoretically speaking, and your loss, as long as you're not selling naked positions, right? As long as you're buying, just call contracts or just put contracts without selling covered calls or without selling, covered puts or whatever, naked puts, you're only limited. Your losses are limited to the amount of money that you spent on that contract. Well, right here. These expire May 17th. So, I mean, that's literally 2 days from now. So, that's not a lot of theta. And theta obviously means time. So, unless you're a complete degenerate, gambler like me that, is used to making and losing large amounts of money on the stock market, I would not. I would not. I mean, I'm not making any recommendations or financial advice, right? But I will tell you that obviously there's only 2 days, right? And I believe a lot greatly in the position. So I don't mind doing this. I've done my homework. But a lot of people buy weekly options and then cry because they over leveraged or they lost money they weren't supposed to spend. But in reality, if you put anything in the fucking stock market that you didn't want to lose, you're a fucking idiot. Not you specifically, but anybody in general. Dusto Vision, that was a very ignorant comment. AA did not dilute again at $7.33 a share. Adam Aaron just paid off $165 million worth of 2026 debt with a payment in kind note that was due in 2026. And that had covenants that prevented AMC from issuing a dividend. So now AMC is now safer, has less debt, and also is much closer to issuing a dividend. Hey, what did my kid do with my hat? She took my "we're gonna be so fucking rich" hat. Oh, there it is. All right, cool. There we are. Yeah, I'd like to give a big thanks and shout out to Ken Griffin for the incredible buying opportunity that we have achieved today. I'd like to thank State Street and Doug Sifu, Ken Griffin, State Street, Jane Street, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Archegos, Credit Suisse, UBS, and all the other assholes out there like Susquehanna that have naked shorted AMC and GameStop to these ridiculously low levels. You guys may know we were buying AMC at $2 just a week ago. We were buying GameStop at freaking $10, basically a week and a half ago as well. So the fact that they're at $5 and $32 is still fucking awesome, regardless of whether or not this is down 33% today and this is down 25% today, since they were just up 138% yesterday and another 150% plus the day before. So we have to look at the big picture here in the financial markets, ladies and gentlemen. Super Weenies is calling an inverse head and shoulder on the 30-minute on both AMC and GameStop. Let's take a look, my friend. I have been blabbering on and on. I could see that. I can see that right down here. Let me zoom in a little bit. I don't know if I would call it a head and shoulder on the 30-minute, but maybe I'm just looking at a different chart than you. We can change around between charts. I'm seeing it kind of on the 15-minute, actually. But anyway, I do want to see the Roaring Kitty tweets. And that's what I'm going to pull up right now. I'm just going to leave the chart up right now. Do TA later. I got plenty of time for that. We got hours to do the TA. I'm not worried about entries because I've already made so many entry points that I'm good. I'll be on the lookout for exit points when we get to much, much, much higher stock prices. Look at this. I will pull this up from the think tank. I'll just open this in a separate window here. Adam Aaron just paid off $164 million of the 2026 debt and saved another $6 million in interest on top of that in exchange for 23.3 million shares at an average price around $733 a share. This saves more than $4 million per quarter in interest payments and adds nearly $17 million a year to the bottom line. AMC just saved $17 million this year, $17 million next year, and a portion of $17 million for 2026 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that is good business. At $7.33 a share average and in a non-corrupt market, you normally add in the value of many future years of those savings back into the stock, meaning the transaction is actually worth a lot more than $7.33 a share. But as you guys know, of course, everybody woke up at 3 in the morning today to sell off their AMC and Gamestop. Note sarcasm in case you didn't detect the sarcasm in that. Retail investors haven't fucking sold. At least not the smart ones, right? Plenty of them. I'm sure a lot of people got shaken out, but I'm also sure that probably 95%, 98% of retail investors that have actually been holding the stock for longer than 3 days have not sold. And there are millions and millions of them, as confirmed by the board of directors of these companies, as confirmed by the number of people that have DRS'd, as confirmed by the earnings reports and the share counts that have been done by AMC and GameStop in the past. Fantastic. Huge shout out to Stock Retail for posting that up. Good deal, man. And thanks to Show Me Your TD for putting that up as well. Man, there's just so much good shit happening today. There's a lot to talk about. We still haven't spoken about the leaps theory. Leaps expire on Friday. Leaps that were taken out from the January 2021 massive run-up expire this Friday. That's why we saw the increase in price on Monday and Tuesday. Now they're trying to bring things under control today, bring the prices back down so that there can be another massive run-up on tomorrow and Friday. I'll talk about that in a little while. But right now, I do want to watch the Roaring Kitty tweets real quick before I discuss that. Yakeen, am I deluded to think that AMC would reach $20 this month? My friend, I bought contracts that expire on Friday for the $22 strike. Okay? I did that this morning when the stock price went from $6.60 to $4.90. Okay? What does that tell you about what I feel, about my convictions? 1, I'm willing to lose a few bucks if I'm wrong. 2, I'm willing to make a fuck ton of money if I'm right. That's what it means. Now, let me pull this up over here. No, I don't want to open it up in that fucking screen. Come on. I think I'll put it right here in the middle. That way you guys can still see both. AMC's at 505. GameStop's at 3156. AMC's down 26%. GameStop's down 35%. After a 350% run over the last 2 days, I'm not concerned in the slightest. All right. Let's move on down. Come on, what's with the lag here? There we go. Now, to prevent copyright strikes so I don't lose access to this channel and access to you guys, I will not be showing the videos I'll be showing the videos, but I won't be showing the audio if it has music in it, because YouTube sucks, and if I have more than 5 seconds of music video from somebody else, I get a copyright strike. And I've already got 2, and if you get 3, your channel gets shut down. And then I wouldn't be able to share any of this information with you guys. But there's a big key difference between yesterday and today. Today, Roaring Kitty, yesterday and the day before, Roaring Kitty was posting his first post at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and then every 30 minutes until the close of the market. Today, he began posting at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Eastern Time. He began posting at market open, and now he's posting every 15 minutes. So he is, what is he trying to tell us there? He's posting 11 a.m. Eastern every 30 minutes. Now he's posting at 8 a.m. Eastern every 15 minutes. No Me says, hey boss, what would happen if many buyers bought right before the option time closed? Could it be halted? No Me Man, I need more details. Ask that question with more details because it depends on like what option are you talking about? What strike price? What expiration, right? If they're buying it right before it closes and the expiration day is today, or for whatever, I mean, and today were Friday theoretically, then no, nothing would happen because those would all be expired immediately. But if people are buying them now, and they have to, then the market maker has to hedge for them. But that's only if they expire in the future. Expire on Friday, expire the week after, expire next month, and so on. So, sorry if I can't give you the exact answer you need. All right, let's take a look at these. These are pretty fun. I will put a little bit of audio in here just so we can see. You know what? Where the fuck's my sound? There we go. Just some cool music. Just some interesting music there. Nothing that you're going to miss. So yeah, basically saying good morning. I have a feeling he's trying to tell a story. He's telling a story here between all this. But yeah, let's take a look at this as well. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, everything. I was like, is AMC halted again? But no, it looks like it's the volume is still massive on AMC and GameStop. It's huge volume.
The magician takes the ordinary something and makes it do something extraordinary. Now, you're looking for the secret, but you won't find it. Because, of course, you're not really looking. You don't really want to know. You want to be fooled. But you wouldn't clap yet. Because making something disappear isn't enough. You have to bring it.
You do have to mute the audio again. It's just action sounds, let's put it that way. Just action sounds. People getting beat up in the saddle again.
Ordinary something.
Enhance.
CSI.
Who the hell is that?
Come on, folks! Work it!
Yeah, as long as I don't let the music play for more than like 4 seconds tops, then it won't get a copyright strike. But once you exceed like 5 seconds, then it'll get you a strike. Where the hell did we go? There we go. Yep, Outlaw Silverado says, I love the look of the $22 strike for June 21st. It reminds me of my serious gains for my $40 strike for June 18th, and I have to agree with you on that. Yeah, the June 21st $22 strike is a new strike that just came out, but it is It looks really good. Yeah, it's got a lot of potential, I feel. Again, this isn't financial advice, right, ladies and gentlemen? This is just information and my opinion. This doesn't mean it's accurate. The $22 strike might be shit, especially if you don't have money to lose. But if you have money that you don't mind putting up as a gamble, then you have a chance. And it's a better chance than a lottery ticket, in my opinion. Look at this. Look at this. That's cool. Who the hell is that?
Come on, folks. Work it.
Cheers, Outlaw, and thank you, my man. Bagged and tuned as 30 grams of gold. I love it. I love it, my friend. Only 1% of people actually own any tangible amount of precious metals. It's just a song, so I'm going to keep this muted. But there's captions on it anyway, so you guys aren't missing anything. If there's any words in it, you'll see it. I'm going to close that. And again, if you're just joining, today looks the same. Huge jump Monday, you know, huge jump Tuesday in the overnight, because in the German markets there's no limit up, limit down halts, and then of course getting crushed during the day. Getting crushed during the day on Tuesday. More movement up on Tuesday night, and then again today getting crushed on Wednesday. They want retail investors to get shaken out. They want to scare people away. They want to make sure that as many people as possible sell off their options and shares, because then they will have to further run up the price on Thursday and Friday potentially. That's what we're looking at. That's awesome. Power to the player, baby. Pause that one.
What are you doing? You're not actually going into an asteroid field.
It'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't it?
You don't have to do this to impress me. Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid field is approximately 3,700 to 1. Never tell me the odds. You guys know Star Wars. Bagged and Tuned said AMC will close closer to 7. 5 is the absolute bottom now. You know what, my friend? That's why I bought more calls at that price, because I think that you are correct. Gorilla, boss, what are your thoughts on showing us them knees? What do I look like? Some sort of hussy? Showing people my knees? Like, I don't know. That is too funny. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Just stretch out for a minute.
Could have ignored the simple comment. Vernon decided to keep it real.
Get your motherfucking hand out of my face.
Awesome. Chappelle Show.
Get your hands out of my face. Straight this is, man.
Hey, Vernon, buddy.
Get your mother.
That's so good. Hey, Ariel. Hey, Ryan. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Opinion on Syntex? Sorry, my friend. I can't really give you an opinion on Syntex. I don't know anything about it. And if I don't know about something, I will not give you information about it. I wish I could, but I don't know anything about that company. My name is Hove. You better sit the fuck down, Frank. Wu-Tang. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. I like these. Okay, yeah, I saw that one earlier. Ryan, appreciate you, buddy. Outlaw, thank you very much as well. AMC's at 532. GameStop's at 34 bucks, and we are gonna get halted. I bet you any money. Watch. Just fucking watch. We're gonna get halted. Anytime these stocks move up just a little bit, that's what these guys do. 528.
God, why y'all harassing me, huh? On the radio, they be over-exaggerating, so blasé with they lies. They be aggravating me, agitating me with they...
Ariel Nirakara, still up 70% on the week. Everybody take a breath. Absolutely right. We were up 350% over 2 days. Why you think I'm fucking worried about being down 20, 30, 40% in a couple days? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Crack open this window a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Some J, I can't see the rest of your name, but he says, I buy 1 ounce gold bar from Costco once a month on my trip. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been doing that because Costco's been selling a ton of gold, my man. And I'm glad to see it because more people should own gold and silver, especially silver, in my opinion. But to each their own, right? I don't give financial advice. Do what you want with your money. Look at that. AMC's up to 538 already. Now, these stocks will likely make up their losses if not today before the close, and they'll end up green in the after hours. They will make up their 21 and 29% respective losses, if not end up with huge gains. One sec. Here we go. Let me just scoot that out so I can take a look. Oh, let me close this options chain. I forgot to close the chain. CPR. Hey, man. Thanks for the super chat. That's kind of you. No emotions. Game face on. Come at us, hedgies. Come at us, you douchebags. Appreciate you, boss, and members of the think tank. Let's go, AMC. Amy and Jimmy are going for a ride. I believe that the bottom is in for the day with AMC at $4.71, now back up to $5.40. And the same goes for Jimmy. He was at $31.23, back up now to $33.82. And of course, since they're both moving up quite quickly, you should expect a halt. Let's get our chart ready, because I believe a halt is coming up on Amy and Jimmy. We've had 6 on Jimmy and 2 on Amy so far today. William Rosario. OCGN is one of my favorite stocks ever. OCGN was huge. And you know what? I'm going to show you guys something. Look at that, 9.48%. This is good news, my guy. This is good news. Now, one sec. Let me resize this window. But I don't want to get off track here. I want to watch Jimmy and Amy. Yep, Amy at 550, Jimmy at 34 bucks, about to get halted. The person that was talking about Adam Aaron and other executives not buying any stock comes from Uncle Frank. He's always railing on AA for not buying shares and his high compensation. Uncle Frank, is that one moron that's always talking shit about AMC and GameStop? Like, yeah, no, I don't care about that guy. He means nothing to me. People are like assholes. People's opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one, you know? It really means nothing. I don't make decisions based off of other people's opinions. I make decisions based off of the information that I've learned. Yeah, let's check the MACD. Yeah, John H., I was actually, does anyone remember dry ships? I used to be an investor in dry ships. I was messing around with it during the run in 2016 and whatnot. Get on the 1 minute. MACD still looking bullish. It's a little on the high side, but it's still looking bullish. Let's back up on the 5 minute. We really got to zoom out to get a better indication. The MACD is still massively oversold, as you guys can see here. The divergence is there. And here on the 10-minute chart, it looks like it's still being suppressed. Any stock stalker, he's not bad. He's teaching people how to sell covered calls. Honestly, you can learn from anybody how to sell covered calls. And if you're selling covered calls on AMC and GameStop, you're not a real ape, in my opinion, because you're betting that the stock price won't go up. If you're a day trader and you don't care about AMC and GameStop, then fuck it, do what you want. But if you are highly invested in AMC and GameStop and you're selling covered calls, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. You're trying to make a dime while losing a buck. I think it's fucking stupid. Didn't Super Weenie says, didn't AMC and GME both go down the day prior to it rocketed? Yes, absolutely. That's why when AMC got down to fucking $5 this morning, of like 15 minutes into the day, while I stopped at a red light, I bought 100 more contracts. Yeah. FFIE? Okay, people keep asking me about FFIE. Oh, Faraday. Yeah, I know about this stock. You know, it's an OTC stock. It's 46 cents. There's no options on it. There's no leverage on it. It's greatly manipulated. Retail investors don't own the majority of this stock. It's owned by hedge funds. It's owned by, you know, these guys, and they can do whatever they want with it. In a heartbeat, they could drop it down, right? And the same goes for other stuff. People are like, oh, well, they could drop AMC and GameStop too. Yeah, the difference is that AMC and GameStop are almost entirely owned by retail investors. In my opinion, AMC now the whole entire float of AMC has probably been sold to retail investors like 10 times over. Same for GameStop. So that's the difference between the stocks. That's the difference between other meme stocks and other short squeezes and AMC and GME. Is they're fundamentally and technically completely different from each other in that sense. They are cooling off a little bit now. They didn't get halted on the way up this time, but I have a feeling they will here still very shortly. Turn back around, move up higher, and get halted again. Excuse me. The RSI is cooling off really quickly. And could be coming right back up for more movement upwards, in my opinion, on the stochastic. As the Yep. It's cooling off really fast, and the price is barely moving down at all. That leads me to believe that it's ready for another run upwards. Yeah, that's right. Expo says if they oversell too fast, it might snap because the blue line is moving right now. Yeah, it's exactly what I was looking at too, and I didn't see your comment. So thanks for stating that for everybody. Say this time it's going to be different due to the dilutions of CO trying to kill the run. Honestly, every time AMC has moved upwards, it's because it's greatly in part due to AMC selling shares. Every time AMC has issued shares in the past in 2021, he's only done it in 2021 and with Ape and this year. Every time it happens, the stock prices begin to move up very quickly. Let's take a look at the 5-day, 3-minute chart. Let's see what you're talking about here, brother. Holy shit. Yeah, it is looking bullish. It is looking like things want to move on upwards. I agree with you on that. Phil says it had to close the $5 gap on the 5-minute. Yeah, and we could see the trend line right about here. I'm not going to draw the line. I'm just going to visualize it. Yeah, it closed the gap here, here, and here. Yep. And I think it will be time for another movement upward here towards the end of the day. If not sooner. Look at the 3-minute. Look at the 10-minute chart. I hate the way that Webull moves its chart around sometimes. I think you guys are going to be happy to hear that we've got a very good partnership with a certain charting company going with Lit Exchange that is really going to excite a lot of traders. I'll say that much. I won't name any names until we got the deal done in ink. But we have had a lot of talks about it already. Why the fuck does Webull keep doing that? Stop moving this shit around. Yeah, on the 1 minute it's looking overbought, but then when you zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out, you get a much better picture of what's going on. Let me just switch over this way. Here we go. I'm going to stay. I want to see the minute by minute changes. And look at that. The stochastic RSI is completely cooled off and is about to turn bullish right now as the blue line is about to converge over the yellow. Start moving upwards, in my opinion. Concrete, my friend. I can't. Zambada, I can't name names, my friend. That would be ungentlemanly like. At least for now. But like I said, I think a lot of seasoned traders are going to be extremely happy. Come on, Webull. What the pardon me. It's like so many brokerages have absolutely terrible UIs, and then others that have better charting and better UIs. They work sometimes, you know, and then other times it's just like it's a toss-up. There we go. Finally. Expo says the RSI on the 30 is fried. Let's take a look at the 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool as a cucumber. It's ready to move up, in my opinion. Let's zoom out to the 5-day. And Weeble is shit in the bed. Gotta refresh it all again.
And you haven't heard my side yet. You haven't heard any of it at all.
You're drugged in.
No. How? What?
Yeah. How else could you possibly make that kind of money? Marijuana. That Pinkman kid.
We've got our halt tracker there in the corner, as you guys can see.
Cocaine?
Methamphetamine. I'm a manufacturer. I'm not a dealer. No, Sky, listen.
No.
There are a lot of angles to this, okay? It's complicated.
Let me
That's right.
before I throw up.
There's your son.
That is awesome. It does look... Jimmy, looking good. 33.17. Amy, looking good. $5.36. The RSI is completely cooled off. All right. There we go. We're back. So how many halts have we had? We have our halt tracker in the upper corner here. We've had so far 6 halts on Jimmy and 2 halts on Amy. And they look primed to make another move upwards, by the way. Loop Lagoon, we don't give price targets here, my friend. I am trying to keep up with the chat, you guys, and my apologies if I don't read your comments out loud. There are a lot of them, but I'm trying. Oh, Concrete was asking, I was asking why not use trading view charts if Weeble is giving you issues. Only because I already pay for the level 2 data on Weeble, and I can keep a better track of it there. I love trading view. I love TradeStation, right? As far as like their charts actually go, they're really nice to see. But Weeble is fast and responsive without having to take up more RAM on the computer, which could potentially make things slow down with the actual stream. And I don't want the stream to get laggy. That's the main reason is the more I already have web browsers open, so having another web browser takes up less random access memory than opening up a completely separate application. That's the thing, is I want it to be as crisp as possible. Even though it's a pretty hefty, strong computer with 32 gigs of RAM, don't get me wrong. But when you've got as much, Streamlabs, for example, takes up a huge amount of RAM. We are streaming to 7 different platforms right now. And so it's running at a healthy 6,400 kilobytes per second as well, with only 61% CPU usage right now at 30 frames a second. And I want to keep that as high as possible for the integrity of the stream and the viewers, you guys. But if I was trading, yeah, I would be using other platforms. Look at Amy. Look at her go. Look at Jimmy. 551 on AMC. That on the 1 minute just wants to pump. Patrick says, do you guys think that GameStop and AMC are taking off because of Roaring Kitty, or is that just a coincidence? Just a coincidence, my friend. Roaring Kitty is back. let's talk about that now. You know what? Let's talk about that right now. I keep bringing it up and I haven't discussed it yet. And I think you guys really deserve to know. I think you guys need to know immediately. Close out some of these extra tabs. 557 on AMC. Pumping back up. We are erasing the gains on the day. And Jimmy is doing the same. 34.10 on Jimmy. All right, now I'm going to show you guys a tweet that I did yesterday. 558 on AMC. Moving along really nicely and still has a lot of room to go higher. The RSI it's not cooked yet. It's still got plenty of room for upward movement. So I'm going to make this now. Where can I put this where it won't interfere with you guys? Let me check it out based on the chat. Make some of this chat a little bit smaller. Did I say erasing the gains? I meant erasing the losses. Erasing the unrealized losses. Excuse me if I misspoke. All right, let's put it over here. I'll move the chart over this way. We can see the numbers here, here, up here in the top corner, and we can see Jimmy right there. So I don't think that interferes with it too much. You know what? I'll even get my face out of the way. So, I said last night that GameStop and AMC have a potential to possibly explode in German markets again. And the reason being for the 39-month Leaps contracts that were taken out in February of 2021 would expire this Friday, May 17th, which is the third Friday of this month. Now, follow along with me. I have to explain this entire thing for it to make sense, because if you just see this, you're going to be like, what the hell are you talking about, man? Leaps expire on January. Correct. Most leaps expire on January, except for those in various equities. So, on February 14th, 2021, Ryan Cohen tweeted a frog. And what does a frog do? A frog leaps, right? DFV came back 3 years after his hiatus from Twitter and posted just in time for expiry week. He came back on Sunday, Mother's Day, right? This isn't coincidental. He understands that this is the week where these leaps expire. So, LEAPS, for those of you that are unaware, stands for Long-Term Equity Anticipation Securities. Are simply listed equity call and put options that have initial expiration dates that are greater than 1 year and up to 39 months into the future. And options with longer than 1 year until expiration are generally referred to as LEAPs. Aside from possessing extended expiration dates, LEAPs are identical to regular monthly options and expire the third Friday of the contract month at 3 p.m. So, the run that we had was in late January, and January 28th, right, of 2021. Come February, the buy button had already been pulled. February 1st, February 2nd, the buy button was still pulled on AMC and GameStop. They were coming out with tokenized securities with which to help find fake share locates, because they weren't share locates, right? They were fake share locates. They didn't actually have the locates behind those tokenized securities. Companies like Bittrex, for example, came out with them. That being said, they used those in order to cover some of their short positions, but there was still a major shortfall. They had to hedge. And instead of buying the shares, which would have further sent the price higher, they bought call contracts. But they didn't just buy any call contracts, because those expire, and calls only usually go out about 1.5 years, 2 years tops on most securities. They bought leaps, and leaps can go up to 39 months. And 39 months from the early February 2021 would be May of 2024. And those leaps contracts that were taken out in January of 2021 expire this third Friday. The third Friday of this month is this Friday, May 17th of 2024. Now, I'll give you guys some more. There's a lot more here. I'm not done, not even close to it. When DFV came back, the first thing he did was like this post of Run Lola Run. And this post was created on February 14th. February 14th, in my opinion, hinting at the February date of 2021, right? Now, there's more, a lot more. Let me get that up on another screen for you guys. I'll move this over real quick. Did post this on Super Stonk and AMC stock yesterday. Even though Super Stonk is greatly manipulated, we will go to the source thread as well. Naturally, there's a lot of people out there saying that, oh, leaps expire in January and this and that and stuff. And honestly, yeah, man, that's what Investopedia says. But that Investopedia information is not accurate for all securities. That's just for some securities, plain and simple. We got it here somewhere. Where the hell is it at? Just getting the right thread. There's a lot of threads about it. I just want to make sure I give you guys the right one. Here it is. Okay. Now we're going to read this, and the text is small, so I will read it for you guys so you can get some better context of what it says. Okay? Without having to read it yourself, because I understand some people are working, some people are driving, and naturally a wall of text can be a pain in the ass. So I will read it to you and explain it as simply as I can. It says, Catch 016 says, okay, fuckers, I think I see what Deep Fucking Value is saying. And he says, leap expiry. Leaps, right? As I just explained, long-term equity anticipation contracts are basically long-duration call contracts. 39 months is the longest available. What date was 39 months ago? February 14th, 2021. Right after the sneeze. Right when smart money was working out how to unfuck itself. And obviously this is what DFV seen. This is why Ryan Cohen posted the frog in February of 2021. The leaps are expiring. What does this mean? Well, I believe it means that short sellers are here to fuck the market makers in the ass. I don't necessarily believe that because the shorts are the market makers in many cases. So you have to kind of understand a little bit of everything. Their exit strategy means scorched earth for the cucks stupid enough to sell them their leaps, which could be possible. But again, a lot of the shorts are the market makers. So, well, when the short sellers were hardcore underwater, rather than attempt to cover their short and get fucked as the exit closed, right? Because they all get pigeonholed. There's 100 pigeons trying to fly out one pigeonhole. They're all going to get caught at the exit. When there were no shares available to buy, instead they purchased leaps in order to hedge their short position. This is correct. This is the part where I totally agree with this guy for all my understanding of the markets. A leap is a useful hedge for a short position because when you decide you want out, you can exercise your contract to provide shares which you can use to unwind your short position. It doesn't negate your losses, but it protects you against the infinite risk. Because you can get shares, you shift the risk onto the market maker who sold you the leap. Wonderful. Wonderful. Why not just use call contracts? Because they're cheaper. Because they have a shorter expiry, guys. Call contracts usually only go out about a year and a half. They don't go out that far. So that's where this comes into play. So when the sneeze is blowing up, there's no shares available. Retail's diamond handing AMC and GameStop. You purchase leaps. And the furthest distance you can buy them out is 39 months. They're cheaper than getting squeezed, and you can tell FINRA that you're neutral, that you're neutral on your trade, that you've been hedged. So you don't have to close out your short position, which would obviously destroy these companies, just like we saw what happened with Melvin Capital, Tiger, and all the others I mentioned yesterday. Amy and Jimmy are moving back up again, just for you guys to reference. $5.52 a share on Amy and moving on up. $34.40 on Jimmy and doing the same. You hold on to your leap in the hope you never need to use it. You want the stock to hit zero, remember, and you hope and pray those stupid fucking apes leave you alone and your crime. Now, why do they want that? Because when a company is shorted to zero and it has been naked shorted, none of those shorts have to buy back shares. And if they don't have to buy back shares because the company is now bankrupt, they don't have to pay any capital gains tax whatsoever on any income tax on their gains. That means that if they sold billions and billions of dollars worth, or even hundreds of millions, whatever, worth of naked shorts and short positions, they now don't have to buy back any positions and don't have to pay any taxes on it. 100% profit. Well, now 39 months has passed. Now your leap is about to expire worthless and you're still underwater. It's time to pull the emergency handle. You execute your leap. The market maker has to sell you shares at whatever price your strike was. Probably way out of the money, so it's costing you a lot. But fuck it. You need to get out, and you've held on as long as you can. The biggest risk here is getting trapped. So by exercising your leap, instead of hitting the open market, you hand that risk to the market maker. And this is accurate. He says, it's his problem now, off you ride into the sunset. Poorer, but free, and still alive. This is what DFV is seeing, I think. I think he knows they use 39-month leaps to cover their short. I think he knows that the market makers are about to have to purchase more shares than exist in order to satisfy the contracts. If you're short and unprotected, you're about to get trapped. Right? See, also credit to Complex 37. Ryan Cohen tweeted a frog emoji as his first post after the squeeze in 2021 in February 14th. Just as another addendum, to clear up the question of why would short sellers execute the leaps? Because we know Archegos was turbo short GME and AMC. We know Credit Suisse held those bags, but you know this is super stonk, so we can't mention AMC or his thread will get removed. We know Credit Suisse held those bags, and ladies and gentlemen, we also know that Archegos went bankrupt. That made Credit Suisse go bankrupt. That made UBS buy them out, and now UBS is about to go bankrupt, as I discussed yesterday on all the posts that I showed you. UBS is now being increased their capital requirements by over $17 billion by the Swiss central banks. And Swiss regulators are saying that UBS needs to be ready to be wound up. We know UBS is currently, this was just yesterday, by the way. We know UBS is currently trying to unwind that pile of shit. If UBS saw the leaps that were being used by Credit Suisse and Archegos to net out the shorts, it would make sense for them to execute them in order to unwind the Archegos and Credit Suisse shit pile. They can't keep Credit Suisse risk on their balance sheet forever. They have to clear it out. Especially if they are now being faced with $17 billion in increased initial margin requirements. And that's not a margin call. That's initial margin. So that means on top of their margin, on top of all their other, assets that they have to maintain for their short positions, they would be required by the Swiss government to have an additional $17 billion in cash on hand, just for their initial margin. That's different. The initial margin is not the same as margin call or margin requirements. Please keep that in mind. That's just to be in business, they need that additional $17 billion. So they have to clear their Credit Suisse risk from their balance sheets. And the AMC GameStop trade was nothing to do with UBS to begin with. It was Archegos and Credit Suisse, who are now, they have those legacy costs have exceeded both of those companies and now moved on to UBS. AMC is up to $5.65 again. GameStop is up to $35.75. I wonder if we'll see UBS start to crumble soon. Correct. That's why I made all those tweets. That's why I made all this. I'll put all that information out for you guys. That's why I continue to talk about Credit Suisse and Archegos, because this situation has not finished playing out. So, check this out. There's some good comments here. RC tweeted a frog in his first tweet after the January squeeze. Leapfrog. Get it? Leapfrog. Let me show you the next one here. See here. People are wondering about why Investopedia and others say that leaps expire on January, and that's because historically they do, but there are a variety of different kinds of leaps with different expiration cycles. I went to the Options Clearing Corporation to find out for myself, and that is where I got the information for the tweet, directly from OCC.gov or OCC.com, whatever it is. And again, right there, 566 on AMC, 3580 on GameStop. We may see another. We may be seeing another halt here coming shortly. And there's another one also about Adam Aaron. It's not listed here, but Adam Aaron also posts 333, and that also equals out when you, or was it 741? My bad. Somebody correct me here, but that also equals out to the same date here of 5/17/2024. I need to maximize this screen, so I'm going to pull it over here so I can push down to the next comment without having to scroll through every fucking one. 741. 741 in the Ryan Cohen tweets. Couldn't that have been the number of trading days left until leaps expire? Kind of checks out. 19 working days per month, 39-month leap. 19 times 39 equals 741. That is fucking awesome. So again, Ryan Cohen keeps pointing out the 741 in the Ryan Cohen tweets, right? GameStop's about to hit $36. AMC's about to hit 560 again. Both of them looking the same right now. Exactly the same chart right this minute. Exactly the same. So yeah, when you think of 741 in the Ryan Cohen tweets, there are 19 working days per month. It's a 39-month leap. 19 times 39 equals 741. Look at that. Look at that massive crime candle here on AMC and GameStop. Look at that. That's hilarious. So, who's going to figure out how many trading days elapsed from February 14th, 2021 to the sitting up tweet from DFV? There are 252 trading days every year. 252 times 3 equals 756. So if you were to figure this out, you may find out that February 14th was 741 days prior to the sitting up tweet. So yeah, that's pretty fucking interesting information, right? So from February 14th, 2021, there's 252 trading days in the year. 252 times 3 equals 756. But some years have more or less trading days due to a leap year, no pun intended. So if you figure it out, February 14th was 741 days prior to the sitting up tweet from DFV as well. So I hope now you've got a little bit more context into the leaps theory. That's what it is. If we are correct, the leaps expire May 17th, 2024, on this Friday at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. So, if they also took out leaps for June of 2021, which I believe they did, we'll have another squeeze in about 5 months. That's where we're at. Vivaldi says, boss, now I understand why you wanted to watch the DFE videos. They're full of info. Thanks for the analysis. You are welcome, my friend. That is exactly why. Yeah, I can switch up. I'll switch up to the 3-minute time frame if you guys want. Yeah, why not? Let's take a peek at it. Rahul bought 500 more AMC. 200 million volume incoming, says App J. Yeah, you are correct on that, my friend. Jason Kavanaugh, yes, the 741, you have to take out holidays and weekends and such, and days that the market is closed. There was 741 days from the Ryan Cohen tweet to the DFV tweet of sitting back up in the chair. Time to pay attention, time to focus. Now, why is the price going down? Why are they naked shorting? Why are they creating synthetic shorts? Why are they creating operational shorts to bring the price down? Guys, because the price was ridiculously high and they would have to hedge for all those haul contracts that are in the money. They already have to hedge for 150,000 AMC contracts in the money. They already have to hedge for 175,000 GameStop contracts that were in the money. So they have to bring that price down as much as possible, especially if they have to, if they expect the price to move back upwards. They need to bring it down so that they can buy back more shares and take the price up again. If they don't bring it back down before they do so, the price is going to go to the fucking moon. They're all going to go insolvent and bankrupt, and they'll lose everything. And obviously they don't. That's the last thing that they want. Let's see. Let's check out the RC tweets. Does anybody have contact with AMC Bigums? If they do, hit them up. Otherwise, I'll try and give them a holler here in a little bit. Steven, welcome to the channel. All the new subs, welcome. Some of us have been here for 3 years in expectation of this moment, this month, and this year, and we are extremely excited for that. So welcome if you're new. And you can see last night, GameStop hit about $62 in overnight trade. They can't even make an overnight market for AMC. They used to have it a few months ago, but they had to get rid of it. They can't even make a market for AMC in the overnight, and I think it's because the stock is just way too fucking dangerous. Let's see what the volume looked like yesterday in comparison to today. Yesterday at 10 in the morning, we had 292 million shares of AMC traded, and we had an opening trade in the 1 minute mark of 98 million. And we didn't have that giant trade in the opening, but we did have a lot as well throughout the morning and throughout the day. But the volume on AMC today has already exceeded 208.7 million shares. About 2/3 of the float has already been, more than 2/3 of the float has already been traded so far on AMC today. GameStop had 98 million shares traded yesterday morning by 10:10 in the morning. I'm going to look at their volume as well. And so far, their volume today has been about 73.3 million shares traded on GameStop. So in my opinion, they still have a ridiculous amount of volume coming through, but I think that they've withheld a lot of it. And I think because a lot of it today is buying pressure. I think they're withholding the buying pressure for now. And as you guys know, in the pre-market yesterday, we were up 138% on both AMC and GameStop. So to see a retracement, which means, you know, the stock's getting crushed by the market makers and the shorts, is absolutely natural. They have to do that. Otherwise, they'd already be bankrupt. The margin calls would already happened, and we'd be looking at MOAS at hundreds and even thousands of dollars per share on each of these stocks. And of course, they can't have that. So they have to take some time to cool everything off, to crush it down. Where's the Roaring Kitty tweets? I have him around here somewhere. There he is. We're back, baby. We're back. Let's start with the most recent tweet that Roaring Kitty may have come out with. Now, again, in case you don't know, I can't play the audio if it's got any music in it, really, for more than 3 seconds, because we'll get another copyright strike. I cannot afford any more copyright strikes, because YouTube already hates me. Spider-Man mutating. That's good. Transforming into a cat.
Ooh, a fresh pie? Save me a slice. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's... Alright, that's good. Okay, okay. Alright, okay, alright. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's enough slices!
Alright, that was annoying. Man, that's good stuff. Yes, this is fucking fire. I love that. And I love that he used Missy Elliott, too. Great. Great. And Ludacris, too.
Do you love him?
What?
No, I just thought I'd ask
The blunt question, in case it was the right one and you've needed someone to talk to about it. Oh, let's see what he says here. Oh, okay.
I had thought that at that time, but investment theses, they evolve over time. As the fundamental events change over time, it's important to update theses.
That's right. That's right. It's important to update theses over time. He is definitely telling us something good.
Not necessary. There should be no knifing one another. Everybody knows who's in charge. Me. Right. Yes, you. You should fight one another for the honor of leadership.
Yes, that's the first time he showed himself in one of those videos, yes.
Everybody knows who's in charge.
Yo, what's going on, man? Sitting on the live. You getting on for the first time right now? Oh, okay, cool. Cool, yeah, not concerned in the slightest. Everything looks good. This is exactly lining up with what happened in 2021 with pump on Monday, Tuesday pump, Wednesday crush, and then Thursday, Friday, more pump, whether they like it or not. Yeah. Yep. Like I was telling everyone here in the live stream, I actually sold off some of my call contracts. I sold off 10 of them first thing in the morning, waited for the price to come down over the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and then bought 100 more contracts expiring this Friday. So the IV's getting crushed, which is good. They're bringing down the price, which is helpful for anybody who's actually bullish on the stocks. So yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest, to be honest with you. I think everything looks good. Do me a favor, drop a message here in the chat so that I can mod you as well, because I need more mods. We have a lot of we have a lot of good people in here. You know, cheers to all you guys and ladies. But we've also got some some troublemakers that occasionally need to get slapped around a little bit, and our other mods are busy at the moment. We've had 6 halts on GME and 2 halts on AMC so far. The volume's not as large as it was yesterday, but it's right there with it. I see it. Good deal. But I see it, and I have a feeling that they're holding back a lot of the volume for now, and they're going to push through in the after hours, because I think a lot of it's buying pressure. Bliss, I'll mod you for sure too. Good deal. Bliss, good deal. I'll mod you as well. Now keep the banning and stuff to a minimum for like the real shills. But occasionally people need a timeout if they're, being stupid or talking shit about, how it is. Yep, I'm talking to Bliss as well, kind of at the same time, Good deal. All right, Bliss, modded you. Cheers. Thank you, my friend. I got you too, brother. I see your chat right there. I gotta call Cash. Yeah, how's everything going over there? Look at these huge candles. 1,000,000 shares to the downside. 1,000,000 volume. 766 million volume. pulling her straight down on both of the stocks. They look identical right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good sign. Yep. I agree. It's all right. Do your thing, man. I'm on right now. Take your time. All right, later. Bliss, Hillsy, Mama Bear. I appreciate you. There's no issues there, by the way. No concerns. I understand everyone's got a life. Everyone's got to eat lunch. Everyone's got work and family and stuff. So, yeah, not saying anything about you in a disrespectful way whatsoever. Just stating that we could use a little bit more help throughout the day because it's a lot of work. That's for sure. Hey, 2A3D and Loop, I appreciate you guys for your offer. But at this time, I'm only modding people that I've known to be here for several years. Again, that's not offensive, but I know them. I know their character. I know they've been here for a long time and such. Yeah, we're being asked if there's a Discord. Yeah, there's a Discord. We don't charge anything for it. It's free. Roaring Kitty just posted as well. I'll post the link to the Discord if you guys want it. Why not? Just make sure you go to the read this first section and read the rules first. Don't worry, guys. We got the impersonators gone. I thought he was slick. Of course he's... Everybody thinks they're slick. You know what I mean? Wouldn't be the first time or the 1000th time. We've got impersonators on every platform. Even platforms I'm not on, there's impersonators. So, don't worry, guys. That guy's a fake, for those of you in the Discord. Be gone. I will shoot a 7-day invite out. I'll put it into the chat now, just for kicks. Look at that. Look at those crime candles on AMC and GameStop. Now they're going to push through that volume to the downside. Millions per minute. It's not as much volume as it was yesterday, which is not necessarily a bad thing because it's still huge volume. Million, 766, 600,000, 700,000. That shows me that they're holding back buy orders. All right, I'm dropping the link to the Discord invite in the chat. Yeah, I want everybody that's watching this right now to understand that if you're new here, please don't take it personally. But the moderators are doing their jobs. Now, I can't read every message. I can't kick every or ban every, shill or shit talker out there. But the mods are here for a reason, and I've asked them to take it easy on people and don't jump straight to banning people. But we do have rules on this channel, naturally. And if you're out there and you're talking shit about AMC and GameStop, you're going to get banned, right? You're talking shit about their board of directors or CEOs, you're going to get banned. So, if you're a new investor, don't ask for financial advice because you're not going to get any. And don't be bad-mouthing the boards of directors or the CEOs, or you're going to get banned. And if you don't like that, you can go talk about it on your social medias and badmouth anybody you want. But no, the mods are very fair. Those are the rules. It's really that simple, what I just mentioned. But when you go on the Discord, if you're on the Discord, there are rules. You have to go to the Read This First section right here. It's under the Welcome page. Right underneath Welcome, you go to Read This First. You can go to the rules here. Read the rules real quick. Understand what they are so you don't break them. And then click on the matrix icon in order to get access to the rest of the channels, the text channels, voice channels, and so on. We keep it slim in here. There's only a few channels. We try not to make it overly inflated. There's no cost in the Discord. I'm not going to charge. I'd never charge you anything or anything like that. It started as a place to invite. At first in 2021, I just had, like 20, 30 people in here. We were doing due diligence together. And then eventually I opened it up to other people in the community. Thousands and thousands of people joined. And they provide a lot of great content in regards to not just the meme stocks, but precious metals, the economy, the macroeconomics, geopolitical sector, a lot of things that tie into, because my whole investment in AMC GameStop doesn't just revolve around AMC and GameStop. It revolves around everything regarding the over-leveraged banks, the financial institutions, precious metals, central bank digital coins, and all sorts of other things that tie into it. And even the potential and incoming collapse of the stock market that we haven't seen since 1929. And all of this led me to realize, I'm going to be in AMC and GameStop for several years until this actually pops. And it's gone pretty much as expected. So that is all great news. And everyone here contributes a lot to the overall thesis. I have made several theses in the past that I can show you guys now. And I'll show you guys that now. Why not? But yeah, this is a big shakeout. This is trying to bring the stock prices down as much as possible, trying to get people to sell off their positions, to become scared. And to sell off, period. All right, why are we... I got to close out that portion of the chat there. I don't need that. But here, I will show you guys briefly some of one of my introduction theses. And this is it right here. 3 years ago, I posted how dark pool usage by the top 4 banks increased by 38% in the first quarter of 2021. Credit default swaps increased by 3,437%, and that there are $168.2 trillion worth of unrealized losses in derivatives alone, not including naked shorts, synthetic shares, failures to deliver, and more, and that the Congressional Budgetary Office has admitted that inflation and the GDP of this country will surpass its maximum sustainable limits. And that, my friends, is exactly what happens. What happened? As you guys know now, 3 years later, everything that we've dealt with inflation and with the GDP crisis and the debt spending crisis that we have seen in this country, let me refresh in the other screen because it says something went wrong. That's exactly what we've seen happen. Now, I'm not going to read the entire thing right now because it's really long. This is like a 25-page thesis, basically. I could have used this for, a fucking college doctorate, for Christ's sake, or something along those lines. And it began as an investigation of the correlations from the stock market crashes and corrections in 2008, 11, 13, and 2020, and the debt ceiling issues that occurred at those times. It turned into my biggest nightmare, and there's really no good outcome for the majority of the people in the world by calls on my therapist at the $65 strike price. So I went through all the data, as I usually do, from the Federal Reserve H8 reports, the Congressional Budgetary Office's projections. SIBO estimated from 2011 through today would be heaven. The estimates would be heaven compared to the reality that we're facing, which is a crippled economy and a stock market on the verge of collapse. And this was 3 years ago, and I still subscribe by that fact that we're not wrong, we're just simply early. And in 2011, SIBO projected the 3-month Treasury bill to be worth 4.4% in 2021. The reality was that in 2021, this 3-month Treasury bill was worth less than 0.06%. In 2011, they projected the 10-year Treasury note to be 5.4%. In reality, the Treasury note for the 10-year was 1.24% in 2021. As always, SIBO lies to the American people, and they do that on purpose because they understand that they want the projections of this country to look better than they actually are. And then a report by the Bureau of Economic Analysis showed that the second quarter of 2021 has actually been a complete bloodbath and in terms of loss of income, savings, and increased expenses for the average American. Personal income. Current dollar personal income decreased to $1.3 trillion in the second quarter, 22%, in contrast to the $2.3 trillion, or 56% in the first quarter. And this goes on. Personal outlays, expenses, up higher. Real disposable income was getting crushed. Personal savings rates, the price indexes. I analyzed the U.S. Department of Commerce and BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis reports on GDP and the economy, and found that basically the government spent way too much money, printed way too much money through the use of COVID spending and PPP protection loans and all sorts of other handouts for banks and institutions. The scamdemic was artificially propping up the GDP of this country, and eventually that was going to be destroyed. The unemployment rate was artificially low as they changed the calculation on the people who are considered unemployed. And that goes on and on and on. I'm not going to read every little thing, but I will just scroll down towards the bottom of this extremely long thesis. 61.8% of all bank trades are now occurring on dark pools, and it's even higher now. This was in 2021. And dark pools are a whorehouse where contracts are bought and sold for any price they choose while minimally impacting the share price. We analyzed the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, reports on bank trading and derivatives activities, and came to the conclusion that credit default swaps and credit derivatives had increased by 1,600%. Forex derivative had increased by 2,700%. And then insured U.S. commercial banks and savings associations had increased their credit derivatives by 3,400%. Interest revenues were down almost 101% from the United States to the United States government. The gross positive fair value and negative fair values had decreased by around 25% for both, and the total derivatives liabilities for the 1,300 and something institutions in the market increased to $189 trillion. 168 trillion of which is owned by just J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, Goldman, and Citigroup. And none of those actually include naked shorts, synthetic shares, failures to deliver, rehypothecations, shorts marked as long, and so on. I'll just keep going. I'll go straight to the bottom. And again, when I found this all out, I released some of these Reddit threads, Twitter threads. I did videos with Jackson Hunter. I did 1, 2, 3 videos with Jackson Hunter. Did another one with Dave, and I realized that AMC and GameStop, silver and gold, are going to go to the fucking moon, along with other heavily shorted meme stocks and precious metals and such, and the overall stock markets and financial markets are going to get crushed. That's why I came up with this poem. I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen. I'm holding until Citadel's folding. I ain't through until they liquidate .72. I'll keep on going until they jail Steve Cohen. I'll not get rid until the SEC finds the FTDs they've hid. I'll not sell till I reach my floor. Until then, the world must know that our governments are bought and paid for. Until that price is ripping, I'll know there's still a lifeline for Kenny Griffin. I'll be staying long until they admit the price is wrong. I won't liquidate until the SEC stops using work time to masturbate. I'll not make a toast until I receive a flying bedpost. And when it's all done and I'm rewarded for having waited, I'll use my tendies to make Chicago sophisticated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was my first post on Reddit. That is when I started coming out on Twitter and really starting to explain this to people. I started putting out various other posts and other information on DD into GME and others that gained significant traction about the increase in the reverse repurchase program exceeding $1 trillion and then eventually exceeding $2 trillion, and how that is being used as leverage to maintain the U.S. bonds from going no bid, how it's the only thing that's really preventing the insolvency of a lot of United States bills and bonds as central banks are selling them off. And again, this was 3 years ago as it was going up, and now as it's going down. That money is getting pulled out of the money market funds and out of the monetary system, and eventually it will run out. But currently that is why the United States government and the Federal Reserve, which is not a government entity, the Federal Reserve had to slow down their tapering. The United States, no, I should say this. The Federal Reserve has decreased their selling of assets and selling of mortgage-backed securities because they need to increase the M2 money supply. This will further increase inflation, and this will slow down the drainage of the reverse repurchase program. So the RRP is not draining as quickly as they are now injecting more liquidity, printing more money into the system, which is what has helped the stock market maintain its current levels and prevent the yield curve from becoming even more inverted. Now, sorry if it sounds like I'm speaking fucking gibberish. These are very complicated concepts. I've done my best to try to elaborate on them over the years, and I know a lot of you do understand exactly what I'm talking about. But if you're new to the channel, my apologies if it sounds like I'm speaking a different language. Again, here, other posts that we did about SIBO and inflation, and GDP surpassing their maximum sustainable level by the end of 2021, 3 years ago. And again, that's exactly what happened, right, guys? And just yesterday, I posted my expansion upon the GME leaps theory as well on Reddit, as well as AMC leaps, because they go hand in hand. A few days ago, posted about the increase in, actually 5 days ago, I posted about the increase in volume on GameStop shares. On Friday, when I was buying the call contracts for GameStop when it was still around $17, and I was telling people, hey, GameStop's going to be $30 on Monday. And sure as shit, what happened? GameStop went to $30 on Monday, and then $80 the day before yesterday, and $60 yesterday. And I think they've still got a significant way to go. So, that's about enough of that. In case you guys didn't know, the SEC has charged Virtue Financial for allowing customers' orders to be front-run by their own hedge fund. On September of 2023, just 6, 7, 8 months ago, the SEC charged Virtue Financial, allegedly. They're being alleged of operating their hedge fund and their market-making business to execute customers' orders, typically for a commission, using payment for order flow to buy them from brokerages like Robinhood and Webull. And then their hedge fund would get those orders, all the information, your private information, to trade ahead of them, to front run those trades. From approximately January 2018 through the beginning of April 2019, Virtue failed to safeguard a database that contained all post-trade information generated from customer orders routed to and executed by, including customer identifying information and other material non-public info. The complaint alleges that this database was accessible to practically anyone at Virtues Americas and all of their affiliates, including their traders, through to widely known sets of frequently shared generic usernames and passwords. For example, a Virtue America's proprietary trader allegedly could observe that the market maker had executed the orders of a large institutional customer throughout the day, understand that the same customer may follow a similar trading pattern over the next days, and then take advantage of such information by trading ahead of the customer's subsequent orders. The SEC literally has proof that Virtue Hedge Fund is front-running their customers' trades, your trades. So I'll leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we need to get away from payment for order flow. That's why we need to get away from dark pools. And that is part of why I'm so bullish on meme stocks and precious metals. All right, let's take a look at the chart just to double check everything, see how it's looking. Hey boss, it's the guy from your Discord here to say that I'm still here and thank you for all that you do. I've learned so much from you. Thanks, dude. Hey, cheers, my friend. I'm glad to hear that. So let's zoom out, get a little bit better picture of what's going on right now. The RSI has really, really chilled out. It's showing to be quite oversold. Not even a little bit, but quite a lot. Look at the 1 hour. On the 5-day. Five minute on the 5-day. Hugely oversold. Let's take a look at the MACD as well. Ready to push back up, in my opinion. We keep hitting this trend line over here. Let me go to the 30-minute chart. Zoom in just a little bit. Hopefully Weeble doesn't tweak out. Yep, it tweaked out. Fucking Weeble. I'll just try to leave it like that. It makes it a lot harder, but it'll be alright. Oops. Yeah, Weeble is not wanting to work with me. It's alright. Fuck it. Too much shit running at the same time. Zoom out to the 1 month and look at that. Very, very quickly into oversold. Looking at the Bollinger Bands as well, at the bottom of the range of the Bollinger. Super fucking cold on the RSI. Super oversold on the 1 month. That is huge. Huge. Okay, excuse me. I was just focusing on that a little bit, guys. Just wanted to check it out. I think the stocks look great. I think there's incredible potential for some huge overnight swings to the plus side. Nicholas, thank you for that. He says, don't forget to like the stream if you find it valuable to help others see the gold we are seeing here. Lisa, how do you think the leaps will affect tomorrow's price action, do you think? Well, nobody has a crystal ball, right? But if the theory is correct, in the after hours, or an overnight tonight, or pre-market tomorrow, or throughout the market trading hours tomorrow, could potentially see some massive upswings, and I think that we probably will. Again, don't take this as financial advice, because if I'm wrong, you got nobody to blame but yourself. But I do think that we're going to see some massive swings to the upside on the stocks, potentially tomorrow and Friday. The only way that it couldn't happen is if they would have already rolled all of their positions, and if they would have exercised those leaps. If they would have exercised those leaps and had those shares delivered already all at once, and it would be over, there would be no reason for there to have been already 221 million volume on AMC today so far, and it's only 11:45. We've only been trading for 3 hours and 15 minutes, and we have sold all. We have, you know, the 3/4 of the float has been traded so far technically. You guys having some fun over there? Look at that. FFIE, you know, again, the OTC. It's got potential, but I don't trust it. And, you know, I hope if you're making money on it, I truly hope you make a lot of money on it. That's for sure. But yeah, this puppy was at fucking 4 cents a few days ago. You know, a few weeks ago. Let me see here. 6 cents a few nights ago. It's currently around 56 cents. I'm currently not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole, but it's up 100% today. I wouldn't. I would have definitely not see this as a good entry point as of right this second. I do not see that this being a good entry point to this stock at all right this minute. You know, at 20 cents, 10 cents, sure. But now, But again, to each his own. I hope you guys make a ton of fucking money if you're in it. For me, I'm not seeing it. Not an FFIE. Shifting some things over here real quick. But it looks like the VIX is getting crushed. As of right now. Let's see what else we got here. Occugen is up 11.47%. FFIE is up 103. Interesting. DJT is down 1%. GME is down 31% at 33.22. Right back to top. See, Tupperware also retracing today, down 16% after their big run the last few days. Cost down 24% after their big run the last few days. MAT also did pretty good over the last couple of days, down 6% today. Let's see, Bitcoin getting pumped up quite a bit today to 65K. It's only up 5% though, nothing huge. going to continue to watch our guys AMC and GME for today closely. The MACD still trending higher. The RSI has cooled off on the 1 minute chart, on the 1 minute 1 day. So that does still look good in my opinion. Next GameStop resistance, I'd say it's 34 bucks right now. The GME resistance seems to be right around 34 bucks. Keeps bouncing off just like right around like 33.80, 33.70. Has a couple attempts to break out here, and they're crushing it below it for now. And I think it's only a matter of time before they release the buying pressure on these two stocks. And they may not do it till the after hours, but I think it's coming still. And again, it's not like it's just hopes and dreams. It's like the volume is there. 222 million shares traded on AMC already. GameStop has had 79 million shares traded so far today. The volume's not as high as it was yesterday, but it's still fairly elevated. Not fairly elevated, way fucking higher than the average daily volume of like. Geez, the average daily volume of AMC was around 12 million shares before this began. Yesterday we had like 580 million volume or something like that throughout the entirety of the day. Today we've already got 222 million, and we're about not even half, a little right around halfway through the trading session. So we're looking to have around 500 million volume during the trading session, maybe just shy of it. And then in the after hours, should definitely push us over 500 million volume as well. Tweet. You guys want to check on Ryan Cohen's tweets? Why not? I don't think it hurt. Home builder sentiment has collapsed in May, down 12% month over month. That sounds about right. You guys hear my dog in the background? She's having dreams in her sleep. Here's the Ryan Cohen tweet from February 24th of 2021. Ice cream frog. Ice cream leaps. Check out and see what's going on with the Roaring Kitty as well today. Why not?
Doesn't matter who we are. doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part of your plan?
Of course.
At least you can talk. Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part of your plan?
Of course.
At least you can.
That's cool.
You ever notice if you're gonna ask me a question, give me time to respond. Unless you're asking rhetorically, in which case the answer is obvious, yes.
Okay, can I ask you?
Yes.
Thanks.
What fuck you bet?
Waiting
For what?
for this.
Because it's all part of the plan.
Listen, this is incredible.
You ever notice if you're gonna ask
Listen
me
to
a
this.
question, give me time to respond. Unless you're asking rhetorically, in which case the answer is obvious.
Let's decode this. He's asking him a question. Let's say this is DFV. DFV is saying, "Give me time to respond," meaning, "I'm working on it, huh? I'm responding to your questions right here, right now."
Yes.
Okay, can I ask you?
Yes.
Thanks.
What fuck you bet?
Question people have been asking is, "Where the fuck have you been?"
Waiting
And he says he's been waiting.
For what?
for this.
He's been waiting for this, ladies and gentlemen. This is what DFV has been waiting for.
Because it's all part of the plan.
Because it's all part of the plan.
Hey, can I ask you something? Yeah.
Now, he's telling a clear-cut story here. Again, doesn't matter who we are. This was part of the plan.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part of your plan?
Of course.
At least you.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kind of hard.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. I don't think I'm the drama.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. I think we're right on track. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you join the Discord, this is my home. You're joining what has been our home for the last 3 years. So respect it and treat it like my home, or you will be banned. And if you come into my house and you disrespect the people here, you're going to get the boot. Gloomy Gluten, thanks for the super chat, my friend, but I do not give financial advice. Tiger as well, thank you very much. I think we have been explaining what has been going on now for quite some time. I think it's very clear. But as I stated, if there were leaps taken out in February of 2021, and then there were 39-month leaps, because those are the longest equity leaps you can take out, they would expire the third Friday of the expiry month, which is May 17th, this Friday. So that being said, I will remain patient and steadfast in my conviction, as I have for 3 years. Question mark. I'm selling next run. Miss me with that diamond hand cult talk. You can do whatever the hell you want, man. Nobody gives a shit what you do. I hope you make a lot of money. Lefa says, thank you for everything. For me, it's still unclear what will happen when leaps expire. Well, new positions have to be taken out. If those leaps are exercised, the market maker has to deliver those shares. That puts the risk on the market makers. Are you going to vote for Ice Cream Joe or Daddy Trump in the election? Definitely voting for Trump, 110%. Never voted for him before, but I will be voting for him now, that's for sure. Yeah, all the beam stocks are getting crushed right now. The basket is getting pushed downwards. Everything that was running the last 2 days is currently being pushed down, and I think that's by design. So I am not concerned about any of them, to be completely honest with you guys. Pap, could you elaborate on your silver position? Thanks. I own hundreds and hundreds of ounces of silver. I have about an average price of around $17.50 an ounce. It's currently around $27, $28 an ounce. And I think it's got a long way to go upwards. And it's got a lot more potential than that as well. Adam, what is the CAT system that's coming later this month? The CAT system is the Consolidated Audit Trail. It basically puts bloody fingerprints over every naked shorted share and bit of market manipulation that occurs and gives that information directly to the Securities Exchange Commission. This will deter market manipulation. It doesn't mean it will eliminate it, but it will greatly deter market manipulation. Let's get Bigums on here. Where the fuck is Bigums? There he is. Michael Burry has just given a portfolio update. He has opened a $7.6 million position in Sprott Physical Gold Trust. Sprott Physical Gold Trust CEO is Eric Sprott, the same guy who partnered with AMC on their massive investment in Highcroft Mining Corporation. Hedge fund Renaissance Technologies ended Q1 with over 1 million shares in Gamestop and has increased their stake in AMC by 78% to 8.7 million shares. So hedge fund Renaissance Technology today, we just found out, thanks to official AMC ape, good post, posted that according to a new filing that was just released, Renaissance Technologies hedge fund increased their GameStop position to 1 million shares and increased their AMC position by 78% to 8.7 million shares. Now, You want to talk bullish? You want to talk smart money? Knows which way things are going? That's one way to fucking get some information as well. What's up, Cannibalist? Nice to see you. Welcome back to the tank. Jacob, not sure what you're seeing about the monthly, but I'm looking at the daily volume, and the daily volume shows we are really, really high overall. AMC's volume so far today has been 226 million volume. Gamestop, around 80 million. 80.8 million volume over GameStop so far. I know Bigums just said he was taking his dog out for a walk. Let's see if he's back yet. I just shot him a message. Tiffany asks, for the LEAP contract theory, what's stopping them from rolling those contracts? Just asking. In order to roll them, they're worthless, so they can't sell them. So they either have to exercise them or take out more of them. Regardless, they have to buy. Somebody's got to buy. JP Page says, we don't know who the shares were sold to, probably naked short sellers. That if they sold naked shorts, they wouldn't be buying shares unless they were closing out their position. So if they were doing that, they would have bought the shares back, causing the price to go up higher. So that doesn't really make any sense, man. My cat loved me. I like your attitude. He says, F this, I'm buying another 1,000 AMC. And I think it's a great price. What's up, Lazy? No problem, Tiffany. Absolutely. Pushing with Powder says, this is day 3 of a month-long event. Trust the process. I think I have to agree with you, my friend. We are literally going through just one day of a significantly long process here. This is not something that's going to be over in one day. It's not the way these things work. Let's take a look at some of the short exempt information. They claim that there are 600,000 shares of AMC available to short. They are probably using some of the newly issued shares that they purchased to short the stock price down, naturally. The borrow rates on AMC were, on Friday, 2.45, and as of today, the latest borrow fee is over 20.37. So, these represents borrow rates for the day, according to Fintel, with the rate at the start of the day, the end of the day, and the minimum rate and the maximum rate. Unlike the options implied borrow rates, our source for this data always presents them as positive numbers, and they represent an annualized interest rate that is paid by the borrower for the shares. So on Friday, there was a 2.68% interest, APR, let's call it. And the latest one available, not the max, just the latest one available, is 20.37. Yesterday was 15.84. So as you can see, the borrow fee is getting higher and higher in order to short the stock. The short volume ratio, according to FINRA, non-exempt volume, exempt volume, short volume, and total volume, over 50% of all shares yesterday were sold short. That's over 100 million short volume. 100 million short volume yesterday. 119 million short volume on Monday. And this is simply to prevent the stock price from going to the moon and to bring it back down as far as possible. So yeah, these are the off exchange provided by FINRA. This is simply the dark pool short volume. Now let's look at the total short volume. So there was over 199 million shares yesterday traded in dark pools. 101 million were sold short. And you combine the exchange plus the off exchange here. I don't have access to that on Fintel, but I guarantee you it's going to be in the 65% or higher, at least, because we had over 500 and around 550, 580 million shares traded yesterday, and this is only the dark pool, the OTC, the off exchange volume that was traded, which is huge. And it fails to deliver data, as always, is significantly delayed because the criminals in Congress don't really want us to have transparency. But yeah, you can see the short fee borrow rates have increased tremendously today from yesterday, which increased tremendously from the day before. Harry says, been here since 2021. I'm not here for thousands of dollars. I'm here for millions. I love it. Pushing with powder. Another great point. Says, I agree, Outlaw, in response to a comment. A lot of new investors need to be shown. We must try to be patient with them. We know it because we've lived it. Now we teach it. Screw corrupt Wall Street. Apes together strong. That's right. A lot of us, majority of us, a lot of people I see in the chat have been here for over 3 years. They are seasoned investors and are understanding of the ebb and flow in the markets with AMC and GameStop. And I think it's to be expected. That's all right. Martin says they won't let you win. That's nice, Martin. You think that the decks haven't, the cards haven't been stacked against retail forever? Of course they have. You think that the markets would have never crashed in the past if it wasn't for, if they always had control? You know, if market makers and hedge funds always had control over everything, a stock market crash would never have happened. A correction would never have happened. A meme stock or any other stock would never have squoze. So to say that they'll never let us win is honestly dumb as hell. Because of course they won't let us win. That doesn't mean that we're not going to. It means that it's going to happen without their permission. Period. Harris, why did it go down so much before market opened this morning? Because they shorted it. They naked shorted it. They issued synthetic shares. They pulled synthetic shares out of the ether and created them in order to sell them short. That is why the stock price went down. New tweet. Let's check out the new tweet. Why not? That'll be fun. Look at those green candles. Interesting. Look at this. Look at this. What do we have here?
We're looking for investors who had lost big on GameStop. We're looking
Let me turn this up for you.
Investors who had
Okay, hold on. Let me turn up the desktop audio. All right, hang tight.
lost big. Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame, and Roaring Kitty was starting to look suspicious.
Shut up, bitch!
Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame, and Roaring Kitty was starting to look suspicious.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm gonna let that play.
Investors who had lost big on GameStop were looking for someone to blame, and Roaring Kitty was starting to look suspicious.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh shit, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, this is a good, great post by AMC for All, Woody Wooderson. We've been talking about this for several days now. The CAT system, the Consolidated Audit Trail, and T+1 to be implemented. This means every trade and share will have an audit trail of what happened, a fingerprint on it. Try naked shorting in that environment. T+1 means trades was settled next day instead of 2 days, giving them even less time to fuck with our money and shares. You're going to see a massive increase in failures to deliver coming really soon. He says, I think all this crazy movement is them scrambling to make their own books right. I also think they are way too far gone to make their shit come out smelling rosy also. Eyes on. Going to be a lot of up and down. 1.4 billion shares traded in AMC this week so far. Do you think that's retail? Roaring Kitty fired up 1.5 billion shares in trades. in AMC alone, no way. That's hedgies, etc. Covering of short positions, manipulation of markets, shorting and naked shorting. Period. Look at AMC and Jimmy go. They're moving right back up. And it looks like they're trying to crush it every time they have a substantial move. And they're trying to pin the stocks to these prices. AMC is currently at 522, pushing upward. GameStop at 34, pushing upward. And they're trying to pin them right to that level. They do not want the stocks to go higher than that. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. That doesn't mean it's going to stay that way later in the evening in the after hour session. Lawrence, no, you guys may be unaware. Adam Aaron just did you a huge favor by paying off some of the 2026 notes with a $7.50 share issuance. So AMC is closer than ever to issuing a dividend. Let me pull that up for you guys to see. So AMC is getting ready to restructure their debt entirely and pay it off and get super low interest rates on it as well. So AMC announced a debt for equity exchange, and they wiped out $164 million worth of debt that was due in 2026. This is the 2026 note, payment in kind note, that prevents AMC from issuing a dividend. They issued 23 million shares of Class A common stock in exchange for $163.8 million aggregate principal amount of their 10%, 12% cash/payment in kind toggle second lien subordinate notes due 2026. This means that they just paid off $163.8 million worth of debt in exchange for 23.2 million shares of the stock at an average price of around $7.30 a share. That is phenomenal. That is fabulous. That puts AMC one step closer to paying, one step closer to issuing a dividend. And that removes $6.872 million worth of interest each year for 2024, 2025, and partially of 2026. This means that AMC just saved nearly $20 million worth of interest, paid off their note, and is now able, well, they paid it off entirely, so they don't have to take out a new interest rate on that note at all, at an implied value of $7.11 per share. Understand, ladies and gentlemen? You understand what's going on? So, for the love of God, don't believe everything you hear from people telling you that AMC is selling shares to help the hedge funds. AMC is paying off their debt, saving millions and millions of dollars in doing so. If they didn't do that, they would spend $21 million more over the next 3 years if they were to see that out through 2026. And they did it at a great share price. Period. Yeah, Future King brings up a great point. He says this price action is an illusion, and that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. AMC just paid off $163.8 million worth of debt with 23 million shares at a value of over $7 a share, and they're saving themselves $20 million fucking dollars in interest over the next 3 years. That's huge. That's so fucking phenomenal. And that 10%, 12% interest payment in kind, cash/payment in kind note is one of them that had the covenants that prevented AMC from issuing a dividend. So we are much, much closer to restructuring of AMC's debt, lower interest rates of all of their debts, which is now way less than $4.5 billion worth of debt. A company that makes fucking $8 billion plus in revenue per year, and is becoming more and more profitable, consistently increasing their bottom line, and has had 12 straight quarters of earnings beats. That's extremely bullish. They now have less debt than they did before the scamdemic. Let that sink in. The stock price is lower than it was, even though the company's fundamentals have increased hundreds and hundreds of percents. Not to mention they also have around $750 million worth of cash on hand. GameStop as well. Over $1 billion in cash on hand for GameStop. Let that sink in. Lawrence J, correct. I just stated about that they're prohibited from the dividend from that covenant that I just told you about on that 2026 payment in kind note of the 10-12%. Now that that's paid off, they're no longer prohibited from a dividend, especially if they pay off other. They have only one left, one debt note that restricts them from issuing a covenant left. And if they pay that off or restructure their debt into a new, all they have to do is restructure into a new agreement, and that would remove that covenant as well. Outlaw asks, can you explain what would happen to the price action if a dividend occurs? Look at it this way. If a company issues a dividend, those who are short the company have to pay the dividend. And if there are billions of synthetic shares, as retail has come to the conclusion, then all of those billions of synthetic shares and shareholders would have to receive payment for that dividend from the shorts. So AMC wouldn't pay that. The shorts would pay that. And what would that do to those who are short AMC or GameStop? It would crush them. It would crush them. So if they issue, a 1 penny dividend, and there's only supposed to be 296 million shares, or even let's just say that they just issued shares, right? So let's say that there's now 350 million theoretical shares. And in reality, market makers and shorts have sold off. Look at that stock. Look at that price. AMC is just jumping up, 533. GameStop too, 35 bucks for GameStop. Let's just say, theoretically speaking, that there was in reality 5 billion shares of, synthetic shares of AMC or GameStop created by, market makers or naked shorts. And there was a penny on each of them. And AMC would have to pay 350 million pennies to those shareholders. Well, they wouldn't be paying it because anybody who's short the company has to pay it. But instead of just paying it to the 350 million shares and holders, all of those 5 billion shares, holy fuck! AMC's up to 542. Look at that. AMC just jumped to 542. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. Excuse me. Fantastic. GameStop, 35 bucks and 15 cents. Not surprised. Now, don't be surprised if they crush it, all right? I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. These things do happen. But that's great to see. That shows you when volume gets released. This is right here, only 700,000 volume, 1 million volume, and the stock price goes right back up to 544. When a dividend is issued, then the shorts have to pay all of the shareholders' dividend until there is no more shorts left to pay it off. So then if they were to pay everybody and then there was still money required to be left over to be paid, AMC would have to pay that, but only for the actual number of shares that are supposed to be in existence. Anything beyond that would have to be paid by the shorts. Yes! Let's see a Halts. Let's see a Halt. That's what I want to see. Let's add another one to the tally. That's a lot for a 1 minute candle, guys. Don't get me wrong. You're looking at a guy who's been here for 3 years, who's been here for the run up to $79 a share and back down to $2 a share. I'm cool with it. But I'm still going to get excited. I love it. That's a big fucking candle. We were just at $5 15 minutes ago. And it's back up to $5.44. And the same thing with GameStop. $35 again on Jimmy. And in the after hours, I think things are going to get wild again, especially in the overnight trading session when Germany opens up. There are no limit up, limit down halts on in Germany. That's why the stock prices ran 138% in the overnight session yesterday. They went up 138% each because of the German markets not having limit up, limit down. So that goes to show you that without that criminal action of consistent halting, we would be in a much different situation overall. They wouldn't be able to control these stocks the way that they do. But again, there's no halts in the after hours. There's no halts in the overnight session. And that's why the stocks consistently move more in that. Now, don't be surprised to see a huge red candle right here and just dump it. Dump it. Don't be surprised. I'm serious. We have a 700,000, 1 million candle, 498K, 400K. Douglas, yeah, man, I bought more 517 $22 calls. Yep. YOLO. You know what I mean? You only live once. You made a meme just to zing a guy? Do you understand? It's not about him.
To have a line as perfect as jerk store and to never use it. I couldn't live with myself.
See, there are no jerk stores. It's just a little confusing is all.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience.
Not you. You're flying to Akron just to zing a guy?
One of my favorite shows of all time.
To have a line as perfect as jerk store and to never use it. I couldn't live with myself.
See, there are no jerk stores. It's just a little confusing is all.
It's smart. It's a smart line, and a smart crowd will appreciate it. And I'm not going to dumb it down for some bonehead mass audience.
Not you. I love it. I just got done watching the entire Seinfeld series again, from beginning to end, about a week ago. Let's see, what's that volume here? 271,000 volume on the downside. 4,500 volume on the last minute. Is that correct? No, 240. Okay, just updated. A quarter million volume on both candles there. AMC and GameStop moving down right now together. Forrest Bradley, hey boss, will you ever debate that clown Matt Kors again? I don't see a reason. I proved in our last debate that he knows absolutely nothing about market mechanics. He doesn't even know what T+2 is. The guy didn't even understand that you can hedge against your theta of your calls by buying long shares. Like, how stupid do you have to be? There are many ways to hedge yourself. Call contracts have theta. If the theta expires, the call is useless. If you have long shares and you're holding them and the share price goes up many weeks or months after you originally bought it, you are now hedged against the theta. Now, if you want to hedge against the price, then you can do a straddle or an iron condor, a variety of different things. Matt Kors also doesn't understand the fact that T+2 price action exists. So he wasn't even able to understand simple concepts like the fact that price action or sales that occur today or tomorrow may not be, actually shown on the ticker tape for a significant portion of time, or that there is a settlement in between the trades. Even if they hit the ticker tape, there's actually 2 days to settle. The guy also doesn't understand that using dark pools and payment for order flow, market makers can withhold your orders for up to 28 days. They can process your order right now, and they can wait up to almost 4 weeks before they have to go out and fetch the shares. And that's if they even fetch them to begin with. They might just fail to deliver on them. So I don't see a point in debating somebody who doesn't understand the most simple of market mechanics simply because he puts little rocket icons and shit on the graph and says, "To the moon, moon gang." What the fucking idiot. Yeah, Verndog says Matt repeated what you're taught in school, like the textbook definition of hedging. Exactly. That's it. Some people only understand, how to do one hedge, and in reality, there's millions of ways to hedge yourself. Look at that candle. That's pretty sweet. It's like, what, are they unleashing the buying pressure now, or what's going on here? Because look at that, we had 4. Look at this green movement upwards. 4 red candles. There's barely any volume here. 97,000 volume to the downside. Then we had 1 million volume to the upside, 500,000, and then 250,000 volume to the downside. Sorry, let me mute. My 3-year-old is just going to town on that. So, excuse me a second. I asked her nicely to to chill out on that. Oh, look, Robert. Hey, Butcher, you got that money you wanted to bet saying AMC will go to $500 in 10 years, or are you clueless like always? Hey, you know what? Yeah, I put my money where my mouth is. Hold on one second. Let me grab some of it. Let's see. Let me go in my vault. Yeah, it's right here. Do you got that money? Do you want to bet? It's right here. I keep it handy. So, would you like to take me up on that bet? Because it's right here. Still got the bank roll on it, my friend. 10 racks for you. Guarantee, I will bet you. Come out over here and we'll get it notarized. 10 grand says that AMC goes to $500 a share within the next couple of years. Come on over. So, do you have it available? Because I got it right here, my man. Come on through. Now, you want to be a fucking dumbass and come in here and try to call me out? Go ahead. I could bet you in some. I can bet you more if you want, but I won't be a show off. Go back in my vaults. Excuse me. But if you want, this one's a lot heavier. We can bet more if you want. You want to bet me some kilo bars? You want to bet me some gold or silver? Because that's not money. This is real money. This right here. That is real fucking money. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you I put my money where my mouth is. AMC's back over 541, was just at 550. These right here are real kilo bars. See if I can get some of the other designs. I've got a bunch of different designs in here. This is real money. That paper shit, that's not real money. This is. This is toilet paper. This is the same as this. Same fucking shit, in my opinion. Same fucking shit. It's for wiping your ass. So, do I still think that the reverse split was good for the apes? Absolutely. Without the conversion of the reverse split, AMC would have gone bankrupt. They would not have made it through 2023 without issuing new shares. And in order to do that, they had to do the conversion of the reverse split. Period. All of you, all of us would have lost everything had they not done that. Now they've got nearly $1 billion in cash on hand. They've paid off nearly $1 billion in additional debt on top of that. They've saved tens of millions of dollars in interest rate payments. AMC conversion or reverse split, even though you're crying about, not you, but like people are crying about, some people are crying about having fewer shares. Chef's kiss. I got diluted as well. And I just averaged down and bought more. Chef's kiss. Thoughts on AMC January 2025 calls? I have a lot of them. I hold a lot of January 2025 calls. I like them a lot. Now, that doesn't mean that you should do the same. I mean, it's a gamble like anything. But those January 2025 calls that I was buying, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, or longer, for $9 a piece, 9 cents in options talk, but $9 a piece, yesterday were worth $200-300 each, or more. Probably more, actually. I don't even remember anymore because I had no interest in selling them. So I still have them. I didn't sell them. Why? Because I truly believe that AMC will keep going. And even if it doesn't keep going today or tomorrow or later this week, I still believe that before January 2025, those things will be worth thousands and thousands of dollars a piece. Let's take a look at Jimmy. Jimmy's over $35 a share still. AMC's at $5.40. But yeah, looks like so far they're beginning to erase their losses. The market makers and shorts would definitely want to see a red day for these two stocks today. They want people to think, and those people that are not invested in the stock to think that the run is over. Okay? I don't know, Flower. I messaged Bigums. I haven't heard back from him, but hey man, he's busy. He's got a family. He's got his dog. He's got business to attend to. Slug. I'm already 2K into calls. Adding another 500 here. Cheers, my friend. Carl just dropped 1,000 euros in time for the rip. Nice, man. Do you think after they applied the CAT system, do you think these hedges can still manipulate the meme stock? Well, can they? Yes. Will they? GameStop just hit $36 a share again. Will they? I don't know. Yes, of course they're going to manipulate the stocks, but at least the SEC will have basically a printout right in front of them to analyze every single second of the day with all of the information for every share that's naked shorted, synthetic shorted, created illegally, or even legally using the market maker 203B exemption on shorts during SSR and downtick rules. And they'll be able to track and find the shit out of everybody. AMC's upper range. Looks like it wants to push towards the Bollinger Band at 550. Jumpman says, you're a walking lick. I like to dare anybody to try. I don't know about you guys, but I carry every single day. I stay locked and loaded. Everywhere I go, I stay well protected. And if you don't, I think that's your own fault. I think you're making a big mistake. Thank you guys. Ryan said, kids, Devastator, Omega, Ryan's. Bro, it's cool. Your kids playing in the background. Kids got to be kids. It's real life. I have no issues with it. I appreciate you guys, and that's the absolute truth. If I couldn't be with my family and be with my kids, I don't know what I'd do. There's no place I'd rather be than here with them and with you guys. I'm having a great time here with you guys on the stocks and the stock market, without a doubt. But everything I do, including my investments in the market, business, the companies that I've built and build and am building, it's all for them, because when I die, my kids need to be taken care of. They need to be well taken care of. And in a few generations, 2-3 generations, nobody that actually knew us will be alive anymore. and they won't even remember us. So the least I can do is leave a legacy for my family and for future generations through Lit Exchange, to give them the opportunity to have a better life, to have opportunities and equity and fairness in financial markets that I didn't have. And there goes AMC back up to $5.50 a share. There goes GameStop back up to $36.30 a share right now. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat, everybody. It's moving really quick. Keep it coming, though. I'll try to get to your question. If I didn't answer your question, just copy and paste it again, and I'll definitely try to answer it for you. $5.54, moving up quickly. $36.70. Gee, they're moving exactly the same. Are you shocked? Are you shocked, people? Like, are we surprised? Look at that. $36.90 on GameStop coming up. $37 coming up on GameStop. And the S&P Spider up 1% on the day. I had some SPY puts that expire tomorrow, and I still haven't sold them. I took them out last Friday and understood that there's a possibility that CPI could go either way. There was a small position, though, in case you guys are wondering. $5.60 on AMC, and I'm talking really small. Like, that was my pushing, SPY puts did not matter. My real trades here are with AMC and GameStop. Clint Fields, cheers, my friend. You're into AMC until we get paid, and so am I. Look at that. Right back up to $5.63 on AMC, $37.23 on GameStop, and pushing higher. So far, 6 halts on GameStop, 2 halts on AMC. Let me scoot this shit over a little bit.
Forever, man. Wanna grab a beer tonight?
It's Jake from State Farm.
Jake Mitchell? Wow, I'd love that. Where do you want to go?
Finnegan's?
See? It always pays to reach out.
That's not a gay bar, right?
Keith. LOL.
Silly face emoji. I'm in. Hey, it means a lot that you reached out, man. For real.
Of course.
What the fuck?
Most of my friends cut ties after all that stuff went down last year.
Look at that.
What stuff?
Bunch of BS. The Netflix doc made it seem worse than it was.
Babe,
What?
Go on Netflix and search Keith Lawndale. The
Keith
man
Gill.
with 600 kids. Oh my god. How did I not know Keith's a full psycho now?
Because you never go on
X.
Still the best way to see which old friends are crazy now.
That's awesome. That was pretty good. It's keeping it funny, keeping it lighthearted. Glad to see that. Look at that trend line, huh? Look at that bounce from $5. I told you guys earlier they were withholding the buying pressure. Look at the pressure, right? Tell me if I was right or wrong. Look at the price. Look at the volume. 60,000 volume, 357, 390, 250, 166, 154,000, 97,000 volume. And then the buys begin. 700K, a million, 500K, 400K, 270 to the downside, 243 to the downside, 325, 148 to the downside. Now the upside had 750K, 260K, 830K. Now the downside, 189K, 172K. Now back to the upside, 319,000, 269,000. Downside, 478K, 464K. This is kind of mixed. And then we've got upside, 276,000, 600,000, 944K, 870K, 580K, a million, and now the current candle. And that has moved us basically from $5 a share and 6 cents to $5.68 on AMC, as the buy volume is actually there. It's just, it was withheld. They kept it, they withheld all the buy volume from people that are buying on dark pools. And look at these volume candles at the bar. Sorry, these volume bars at the bottom. GameStop, they had it just trading sideways with 50,000, 60,000 volume per minute. And then look what happens when they unleash the buying pressure. 128K, 225, 426, etc. Now more buying pressure, 100,000 each one, 250,000 each one, and it's moving up. 250,000, 250,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 3 million, a million, etc. Nearly a million, 750,000, and it's moving up. This is market manipulation at its finest, as we said all along. Hence, when AMC dropped under and $5, I decided, hey, this ain't over, ladies and gentlemen, earlier today, and I did buy more calls, like I told you guys already. Lavelle says the whole graph looks like a double bottom. It does. Yeah, it does. How many halts today? These are the halts we've had so far today. Yesterday, between AMC and GameStop, we had 38 halts. We had about 23 or 24 on AMC, and we had about 12 of them or so, 13 or so on GameStop, for a total of 38 halts yesterday. And of course, it was for our protection. While the stock price was going up, they kept halting it over and over again. And of course, they started making it go down extremely quickly and halting it even more for our protection, right? And today, GameStop and AMC halted 6 times for GME, twice for AME. Still $5.66 for Amy, $38 for GME. Silver, is silver now at $29? $29.73. Let me see what the silver spot price is right now. I could also look at SLV over here on my screen, but the silver spot price per ounce is now $29.59. Cool. Like that's fantastic to see. The silver spot price is now $29.50. And it feels great. It feels great. And I think that silver and gold both have a long way to go to the upside. Thanks for the info, T-Mart. That's dope. Yeah. They unleashed the buying pressure on AMC and GameStop. Yeah, but today has been a massive IV crush. A massive IV crush perpetrated by the market makers and the shorts. Today we had the reverse repurchase, $443 billion in the reverse repo today across 74 counterparties, which is a huge drop from the 2.55 trillion that we were seeing last year. Trying to catch up on the chat now. FFIE is almost $1. Congrats to you guys that did keep an eye on FFIE. It was up to 96 cents, currently at 91. It's up 217% today. It was at like 6 cents a week ago. But again, that's great if you want to invest in this company. But for me, I'm not going to touch it. I think it's controlled and manipulated by hedgies. It's owned mostly by hedgies. It's OTC, OTC stock. It has no options, so they could dump it at any time. This is a pump and dump. If you get in, get out, take your profits, do whatever you want. I'm not going to give you financial advice, but it's extremely dangerous, in my opinion. I'd rather sit in AMC or GameStop for an extended period of time than fuck around with FFIE and find out. But huge props to those of you guys that traded in Faraday. For me, not going to touch it, especially not at this level. If I would have got in at, 10, 20, 30 cents, that'd be totally different. I feel much more comfortable with it. But no, for an OTC stock, up 200%, I smell pump and dump, and I think a dump is coming on that stock. SS Vicious, what made you get out of real estate years ago? Real estate has a ceiling, a low ceiling, in my opinion. As much as you can sell or buy or sell, unless you create your very own firm, is evident, right? Whereas I decided to move into other fields, logistics and freight brokerage. There's a much higher ceiling, in my opinion, in freight brokerage, in which the number is limited. You're doing mostly business with other businesses instead of with individual single homeowners who only buy homes once every several years at the most, unless for the most part. Whereas with businesses in freight brokerage, you transact businesses on multiple loads and shipments across the world every single day. Then you can also have more people that work for you and so on, and expand upon that way. At the same time, that's what makes it, going from real estate brokerage to freight brokerage and trucking, logistics and distribution to stock and crypto brokerage, is a natural progression for me and for my experiences and my understanding of business. So there's a much higher barrier to entry with stock and crypto brokerage, but it's also much more rewarding, and we can actually completely transform the business models in stock trading and brokerage in a way that no other broker is currently willing to do. And they're not willing to do it because they would make less money. And we're okay with that, because we're not out here to make bank. We're out here to help influence markets to be better for retail investors. Not out here to get rich by front-running retail trades like fucking Virtue. So there's that. Here you go. Big selling pressure here. Million, half a million, quarter million. On the selling pressure on AMC. Of course, GameStop looks the same. Exactly the same fucking thing. Ocugen's still up 11%. Ocugen, you know what? I'm going to show you guys something. Ocugen was one of those stocks that ran after AMC and GameStop. Let me just pull it up in the graphics. Let me show this to you guys. Got a lot of content over here. I want to make sure I pull up the right screenshot for you guys. Here it is. Took me a second, but here, I'll show this to you guys. It won't take long, but so you're not going to miss anything on the charts. But this is what happened in February of 2021. Check this out. You can see what right after the AMC and GameStop squeeze, Ocugen squoze 5,259%, Bionanogenomics 2,894%, iBio 40, FSD Pharma 121, Vaxart, Kronos Group, Inovio, Zynga. Okay, that's the wrong one. What the hell happened? Here we go. Organigram, Unity, Clovis, Ocean Power, Orbital Energy, 1,200%, Gevo, 1,300%, Biolays, Sensionics, Foresight Autonomous, Top Ships, Advaxis, Oncova, all of these stocks squoze hundreds, if not thousands of percent. Check it out. Fuel Cell Energy, 1,200. Zyomedica, 3,000. Sundial, 1,600. Naked Brands, 1,845. We are halted. Halted again. $5.78 on AMC. And GameStop has been halted at $38.84. There we are. And GameStop is now only down 15% on the day. And we still have 2 hours left to trade. Again, yeah, you guys are absolutely right. You're getting it. Lauren, they're on the same algorithms. Exactly. And I guarantee you, if we look at like costs and Meta and MMAT, not Meta, MMAT and DJT, you know, they're kind of on the same trend. DJT is not on the same trend right now. So I will correct myself on that. But the others are, in fact. $5.80 on AMC was just hit a moment ago. GME is halted. Let's add another one onto our GME halt list. $38.84. GameStop. Let's chalk one up for GME and the crooks. GME now has another halt. Go back, just add that over here so it's a little more easy to see. And we're going to keep track of our halts as discussed.
Daddy.
Hey, sweetie. What's up, baby?
I want French toast and salmon.
AMC's pushing for one more movement. Get out of here. Get out of here. What are you doing? Silly. Come here.
I want French toast.
Go tell Mom.
I want it now. I want it now.
It's my money and I want it now.
It's mine. It's mine.
All right, no whining though, okay? See, Jonesy. Helping people. I'm humbled that I can get help. I can't wait to see the day the hedge funds have to pay. Thanks for everything. Cheers, my friend. Aaron, what causes the halting? Well, the Limit Up, Limit Down Committee has implemented regulations to force stocks to halt if they move up more than 10% in a 5-minute time period, I believe it is. And of course, who's on this Limit Up, Limit Down committee? BlackRock, Citadel, Goldman Sachs, State Street, Jane Street. You get the idea. The same people that are manipulating the stocks are the ones that are on the LULD committee that decides when a stock will get halted, which are the same people that are on there pushing through these buy and sell orders at a certain period in time in order to cause the halt, so that they can have time to load up more sell orders into the dark pools and thereby bring stock prices down further. Do you understand? So It's like when the police investigate themselves and confirm that they've done nothing wrong, or the government investigates themselves and confirms that they've done nothing wrong. It's the same thing, okay? And this is what we're up against again. Hey, David. David, let me see what he says. Glad I found you a week ago. I work with my brother. Came back from lunch. I was telling him about you, and he said I subscribed to him last week. He reminds me of our cousin. Keep up the great work. Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you. Cheers, my friends. It's great to have all of you new people, as well as those that have been here with us for over 3 years. And we're going to stay here until we get our fucking money. Doesn't matter how long it takes, because it's going to happen. It's already happened multiple times. And this time, but I'm not here waiting for just a sneeze like we saw in January of 2021 or June of 2021 or August of 2022 or whatever, now. We're here for real, fat, cold, hard cash. Big, big money. I'm not here for a few $1,000. I'm not here for a few 100,000. I'm not here for millions. I'm here for billions with an S. Sharon, thank you for the super chat. It's too kind of you. 40 GME with the quickness. Look at that. $40 on GameStop and then shot right back down. But we hit it. We hit it right away. That's what I'm talking about. I understand it's not big bucks, people, but it's fun, right? It's fun. You see how blatant the manipulation is. You understand that the stocks hit these levels extremely quickly and then get brought right back down. It's not natural movement. And when you understand it's not natural movement, it's exciting. It's huge. It's consistent confirmation of everything you've learned over the last several years, over decades of experience in trading, but especially the due diligence on these stocks in particular over the last 3+ years. It's fucking awesome. Both of them getting shorted heavily right here on this candle. Hang on one second. I'm going to pop this out of the way. Yeah. How much did I put in? A lot of money. A lot of money. Probably more than most. And that's not a flex. That's just a random statement. I don't give out my averages, Aaron. Especially since I don't always know what they are, because I'm consistently averaging down. I'm buying more of these stocks and calls. Fuck, every week, if not every day sometimes. So, honestly, if I knew what my average was today, it would be different from yesterday, and would be different from the day before, and it would be different from the day before. So I don't even calculate my average. Martin, the talk about billions makes you look like other pump and dump YouTubers. Honestly, I don't care what it makes me look like, to be honest with you. I have to be honest with you. I don't care what it makes me look like. I understand that at one point I'm going to have, but including me, are going to have made such a ridiculous amount of money on AMC and GameStop that there will be a congressional investigation into a lot of people, just like what happened with Keith Gill and, and others. And I expect that to be me at one point. And I want to be able to go in there with a straight face, and I sleep good at night knowing that I haven't lied to anybody. And I'm holding strong. And when I sell, I'll tell you guys. Because when I purchased $100,000+ worth of shares on a live stream, I told everybody when when I sell these shares, I will do it on a live stream, or I will let you know when I do it. And I'm still holding strong. As a matter of fact, I've obviously consistently bought more since then. So, don't care if people think that I'm a pump and dumper, because I'm not, and I can sleep well at night. And those children that you just saw, I love spending every day with them, and I'm not about to do anything to be at risk of going to prison and not being able to see them and spending time with them and watching them grow and teaching them to be good human beings. Chad asks, how far do you typically buy calls out for? I think it all just depends on which ones, because I've got long-term contracts, I've got mid-term contracts, and I've also got extremely short-dated YOLO contracts. I got contracts that expire on Friday. I got contracts that expire in June. I got contracts that expire in January, and so on. And some of those January contracts I bought 6 or 9 months ago. So I'm not too concerned in general, but I like to, as my friend Cash says, layer and stagger. Yep, I've never once ever sold a covered call on AMC or GameStop. Never. Never. And I say that with a straight face, and I say that with the understanding that one day I'm going to have to testify in front of Congress, and I'm going to have my books audited, and they're going to be looking at all my trading details across my multiple brokerages, and they're going to find that I was telling the truth. I have never, ever, ever sold a single covered call on AMC or GameStop. Because for me, it's not about making a few bucks on covered calls and hoping that the stock price doesn't go up to that. I would rather lose money on call contracts for a period of time and then make bank when they finally hit. Much like what happened in June of 2021 when I was buying those calls for the $40 strike on Amy, like I was telling you guys, for 22 bucks a piece, and I was selling them for $6,300 per. Again, I bring that up because it's one of the examples in which it's easy to understand on how a quick price run up can significantly impact your finances, even if you've taken some losses over time. And what I'm seeing right now is simply unrealized losses in some long-term shares that I've held, but I haven't sold them, and I don't plan to sell them anytime soon anyways. And if I do, I'll be doing that on a live stream. So I probably don't really care what I definitely don't really care what my current unrealized losses are, because I have no intentions or need to sell those shares anytime soon. Scoot this over here. 582 on AMC stock, 37 bucks. Well, now at 563. GameStop hovering over 37 at the moment. And look at this volume, 1.5 million to the upside, 500,000 million, and then 500,000, 250,000 to the downside. I think the buying pressure, the rally is coming here for the last couple hours. Aaron, selling covered calls is legal. Yes, there's nothing illegal about selling covered calls. But for me personally, I would never sell a covered call on these stocks, even though I own a shit ton of shares, because I would be betting that the stock price goes down. And even if I think the stock price is going to go down, or at the very least not go up to the price at which I sold those covered calls, to me it just seems immoral, and I've got better ways to make money than betting against myself in the stocks that I'm fighting for, in the stock market that I'm fighting for. Yes, specific notion, unrealized, quote, I will wager my unrealized losses against their potential infinite losses any day. Let's back it out on the time frame on both of these stocks. Pop up the MACD. You can even take a look at the vortex indicator. Look, the price is going down. On the 30-minute chart, look at the overall. Again, when in doubt, zoom out. Look, see, I just needed to zoom out more to get a better understanding of what was going on. The MACD looks like it does want to trend bullish. The stochastic RSI is about neutral right now, trending towards bullish with the blue line over the orange line. The vortex indicator with the orange line over the perfect purple line is indicating a widening gap to the bullish side. Well, is indicating that we were being pushed down with the purple line being lower than the orange side. But as you can see here, it looks like the purple line wants to cross back over the orange line on the vortex indicator. And it does look like this does want to go bullish as well. And let's see GameStop. Same exact fucking thing. I feel like I'm looking in a mirror, you know, like, well, not even a mirror. I'm looking at them. I feel like I'm looking at them side by side. Look at the RSI is so cool, so calm and collected, and just ready to go higher. I wouldn't say I'm more of an AMC or a GME cat. I would say that naturally, because GameStop is at a currently higher price, it does have a potential to go to a higher price than before AMC. But when you think of it in percentage terms, I feel like AMC has a higher percentage possible gain, and it is also cheaper. Therefore, I think there is more potential for gains on percentage-wise on AMC. So I like both of them very much. Was I surprised pre-market was in the negative? Not entirely, you know, like nothing's a sure thing, but and especially because I was thinking it will probably look to the positive side, and GameStop pushed up to $62 a share in the overnight trading. And then in the pre-market, they both started to get crushed, AMC and GameStop a little bit. So no, I was definitely not surprised, especially because it mirrors a lot of what happened in 2021. And you can see that, excuse me, these guys are now pushing, the mainstream media, right, Yahoo Finance and them, is now pushing the idea of retail leaving. Look, of course, when they start coming up with these things, experts are saying the meme stock crowd is expected to exit quickly. It kind of gives you a good indication of what they want people to believe. And they always want people to believe the opposite of what's actually going to happen, right? Here it is. Why you lying, Yahoo Finance? Cheers, Phil. We know why. The real run-up is coming, he says. The meme stock crowd is expected to exit quickly. Well, I could not disagree. We've been here. I could not disagree more. We've been here for 3 fucking years, and we still haven't left. And we've got more and more people piling in. More and more big names talking about it. Donald Trump, Devin Nunes, former congressman, Andrew Tate, DFV is back. You know, lots and lots of people are coming back to talk about these stocks right now in these times of huge volatility, with good reason, in my opinion. All right, Peter Hahn posting about the silver prices. Earlier it was $29.35. Somebody just posted a bit ago. Silver is now $29.50 per ounce, which is great news. Let's go back to the cat. I want to see what the cat man is up to. See, he's been posting every 15 minutes. Let me close out some of these. Well, I guess they can stay up. I'll leave the vortex indicator up now too. Is widened out to the downside really, really fast right here, indicating a potential reversal. The MACD went down really quickly. The RSI is completely cold and way, way oversold here. Oh, sweet. Got a couple of them we could check out. Man, I wish I could play the music, but I just can't. I can't afford another copyright strike. Anybody on YouTube would explain if you get if you get 3 copyright strikes, your channel gets shut down. So I'm going to show it without the music. The mighty trumpet brings the freaks out to the floor. The bass and the tweeters make the speakers go to war. The mighty trumpet brings the freaks out to the floor. Tell me, where the freaks at? Tell me, where the freaks at? That is cool. We have a priest walking into a prison. Transitions between day and night. Keeps seeing somebody over his shoulder. Everywhere he looks, he sees the dark figure. could this mean? Somebody's worried. And I would bet it's the Hedgies. I do want to see what the comments on this are, though. Yeah, they're cryptic messages. He's telling a story. Left hand GameStop, right hand AMC. Both hands made of diamond. Eat shit, short sellers. Another one. It's time to destroy the corrupt institutions. They can't ban people for talking this time because we have X. I heart GameStop. Right red hand. Let's see what old Yeller said.
Bag each into laptop and pump it to over a
It's AI.
The council has discussed crypto regulations and legislations at length, and we have come to the conclusion that instead of regulating, we are going to ape a fat bag each into laptop and pump it to over $1,300,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 market cap. Let's fucking go, crackheads. Council has discussed crypto regulations
Okay, I gotta let
and
that one play for a second. One more
at
time.
length,
Janet Yellen.
and we have come to the conclusion that instead of regulating, we are going to ape a fat bag each into laptop and pump it to over $1,300,000,000,000,000,000,000 market cap. Let's fucking go, crackheads.
Old Yeller. Artificial intelligence, of course. Cat. Shorts are fucked. We're coming for you. Does this look like retail is selling? No, absolutely not. GameStop, AMC, Roaring Kitty. Got the Doge. Michael Burry over there. The army is ready when you are, Roaring Kitty. Headbands on. He is always watching. That's what I was thinking too. Sir, he's ramped up the tweets to every 15 minutes now. Bush looks worried. Yeah, but we talked about this earlier. GameStop, Rentec, the hedge fund, bought 1 million shares of GameStop stock at the end of March, according to new filings, and increased their AMC holdings by around 78% to 8.7 million shares in March. $15-minute. Maybe he's telling us to look at the 15-minute chart. That's what I think. Let's take a look. Got to close out some of these indicators so I can see this better. Let's take a look at Jimmy, too. GME. What do you guys see? Somebody said I'm on the wrong chart. I think it's fair to say that both charts are exactly the fucking same. I don't know if you realize that or yet or not, but there's no fucking difference. Look, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's like you're at the eye doctor and they're flicking the switch back and forth to tell you which one's the same, and you can't even tell the difference because they're both about the exact same thing. Doesn't matter what fucking chart you look at. Ah, that's interesting. we follow the 15-minute chart like this, look at that. Look at that. We'll stay to the bottom of those Heikinashi candles right there. Make it a little smaller so it's more easy to see. Yeah, look at that. Let's see how many touches we have. So we start here. We have 1, 2, 3. Well, that might be 3, but let's count. 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7. Let's say 8, 9, 10, 11 touches on the 15-minute chart, and Roaring Kitty's posting every 15 minutes. In my opinion, if I were to just go based off this technical analysis right here, I would say that we're going to see GameStop at $60 in the overnight market. That's exactly what I think. If I look at this chart right here, and I look at how many times we hit the same trend line on the 15-minute chart based off of looking at Roaring Kitty posting every 15 minutes instead of the 30, I'm thinking we're going back to $60 on GameStop in the overnight. AMC, let's look and do the same thing. Again, same chart. But let me see if I can hone it in a little bit to try to do a similar trend line. We'll be right about there. And no, I got a bad start on it. I didn't pick a good spot to start. I need to start a little bit further forward towards the beginning of the movement. And as a matter of fact, I probably need to zoom in further. Yep, that's exactly what I need to do. Back to when it was at 2, right here. There we go. Yep, that's where I need to start. The bottom of this candle. Let's get that puppy right there. Oh man, I wish I could drag it over. How do I drag it over? It won't let me. I'm gonna try, even if it takes me multiple lines. Okay, let's follow this here. Yep, there's another candle right there. Might even get a little lower than that. Try this one more time. From here, bottom of the candle. Ah, there we go. That's even better, much better. It's following that line really nicely on an upward trend. I might be able to extend this one if I can. I pull it on Weeble, on the Weeble online? I think I can. Yep, sure can. Zoom out further. Nope, I'm on the wrong track. It's got to go this way. Yep, that makes way more sense. Way more sense. So, that's better. So subscribing to that same train of thought that we spoke about earlier, deleting this one, pulling this trend line even further back, actually, all the way back to the $3 mark. I got to zoom in big time here. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 touches on the trend line here. Consistently stayed above it there. Came back, touched it a 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. Close to it on the 8th. Let's call this one 8 instead. 8. And then on the 9th one, it crossed underneath. And that leads me to believe that we're looking at $10 a share in the overnight on AMC stock. $60 a share on the overnight on GameStop. All right. I'm going to say that's what the TA is telling me right now. $10 AMC overnight, $60 GameStop overnight. Woody says 15 days to T1 cat leaps expiring might be it. Hedges got 15 days. Hedges got 15 days to get their shit straightened out before the reckoning. My man. And thanks for the super chat, my guy. Stop super chatting me, bro. Hey, what's this? What's this? Do I see? Hang on. They're a little angry. They're a little angry down there. Did I miss something? Is it Pantheon's birthday? What did I miss? Yeah, Varen, absolutely right. They are identical. But yeah, when I look at them, that's what I see. I see AMC is going to go back up to the trend line for $10 a share in the overnight session. GameStop's going to go back up in the trend line for $60 in the overnight session. And if I'm wrong, whatever. Well, then I'm wrong. But that's what I'm seeing right now. I thought I messaged Bigums, but maybe he's back. Let me check my DMs real quick and see if I can get him on. I'm not sure if he's seen my messages or not. Roaring Kitty missed on his tweet. Oh, maybe I'm on the wrong track there. But no, he's not. He's not late. It's right there, brand new. Oh, and it's a picture. It's a picture. We've got a recliner, a pink recliner, a chair. Okay, we've got a pink chair, a recliner with a water bottle, a teddy bear sitting on the recliner, a bear. The cat is behind the bear. We got another bear in the side pocket, and a cat poking out from behind. Yeah, you guys hear that? Yeah, she's not signed up anymore. She got like signed out of the PlayStation because the other kid turned on the controller or something. My other daughter. So they're having a good time out there. Obviously, they're playing, but they're also going back and forth a little bit. Liveline says, not really a bull flag. It looks more like a falling wedge, which should break to the upside. But we all know how TA on these pretty useless, sometimes crime and whatnot. Yep. Does anybody have? No, I don't have a link to that anymore. Looks like retail short interest on AMC. Supposedly, the cost to borrow average was 22.1% with a 65% maximum. All right. GameStop. Cost to borrow average 11%, max 55%. Borrow change negative 7.4 million. They borrowed 4.38 million and returned 11.78 million on GameStop. Borrow change on AMC negative 1.48 million. Borrowed 4.25 million, returned 5.7 million. Hey, those are the Ortex estimates, not the official FINRA data. We don't know what that is yet. Other people are saying if they're repeating the same game plan as yesterday, the big move begins at 3 p.m. Say Skip to My Lou looking on the downwards. He's looking in the opposite direction as a 15. I have not done that yet. But yeah, absolutely right. Looking like a bull flag. It looks like a bull flash, like a bullish pennant. That's exactly what it looks like, a bullish pennant to me. And from here, From here, when it look again, in the same thing. I went up, he went down. I went up on the trend line, he's going down on the bullish pennant trend line. And what does it say? It says when it reaches the consolidation in the overnight or in the overnight section here after the market closes, that it's going to bounce to the upside. So skip to my Lou, you using a pennant formation and myself using a trend line formation in the opposite direction have come to the same conclusion. Yep, we had 38 total halts yesterday on these stocks, on AMC and GameStop combined. Ooh, people in Cuba are not able to get their money out of the banks. Are you surprised? I'm not. DFE is responding to Jim Cramer's tweet. Oh, yeah? What do you guys think? It's not a dead cat, kitty, cat system. What do you guys think about that? About that tweet from Roaring Kitty? Let me see. So, yeah, let me pull this over here separate so y'all can see it if you haven't already seen it. This is the most recent tweet from the Roaring Kitty. The tweet is a cat poking out from behind the recliner with the teddy bear. The cat will recline the chair, meaning we're going up and the bears will get trapped. I like that. That's plausible. That's plausible. Tyler S. So can you sell for the overnight price if the price goes up overnight? You can. Your trades will execute in the after hours, but not the overnight session. So your trades will execute up to 8 p.m. Eastern time, or as early as 4 a.m. Eastern time, but not overnight. Overnight trades are for, I mean, I guess you can if you're using some shit broker like Robinhood and then trying to do overnight trading. But in reality, they have a limitation of only 20%. You can only sell from 20% of the opening price. So if the stock price goes up more than 20% on GameStop or AMC, well, they can't even make a market for AMC, but if GameStop goes up more than 20% in the overnight session, you can't even sell on Robinhood. So Robinhood is completely fucking useless no matter what. If you have a good till cancel order, a GTC order placed already, and it's after 8 p.m. Eastern, but before 4 a.m. Eastern, it will not execute until the following morning during pre-market, if it's still at that price. Ryan Cohen with Teddy. That's possible. It could be Ryan Cohen with Teddy. Or DFV. Cat sneaking up on the Bears that think they're relaxing. That's a good one, C-Hill. This could be the Bears, right? The GME and AMC Bears relaxing in their recliner. And that's the cat system. Or the Roaring Kitty sneaking up behind them. Or possibly both. But look, the Bear's got another bear in his pocket, right? The Hedgie has the other GameStop bears in his pocket. That is a good point. And the cat is roaring, sneaking up on them. Both the cat system and the Roaring Kitty. Check out the Teddy trademark and who owns it. Correct. Ryan Cohen owns the Teddy trademark. Ryan Cohen and his kicked to the BBBY Chapter 11. And this is kicked to the... Yeah, it might be. Kramer tweeted, we need more pictures of bears and recliners. Is that right, Father Time versus the Internet? The bears are comfortable today, but the cat is ready to pounce when they're most comfortable. That's right. No, I'm on the 1 minute right now. I was on the 15 minute earlier. Geez, read me, please. Kramer tweeted, we need more pictures of bears and recliners. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Father Time. That's good to hear. Okay, so there we have it. Here's another picture of a bear in a recliner, and the cats are about to sneak up on that fucker. Does anyone know if contracts can be bought while stocks are on a halt? No. You cannot buy or sell shares or contracts while the stock is halted. And don't forget the water. The small bears are swimming naked and are underwater. That's true. The little bears are naked and underwater. The big bears are relaxing on their recliner, and the cat is ready to surprise them. I love it. I love it. So Kramer tweeted that GME needs more memes of bears in recliners, and DFV tweeted the picture of the bear in the recliner, and he was about 35, 60 seconds late on the tweet, so he's probably editing the damn thing together in real time. That's what I think. These stocks are not moving much right now, but the volume is still up high. Well, the water bottle is why he's saying that the little bears are underwater. AI can give you that image in seconds. Yeah, but you can see that it's been photoshopped. You can see it in the cat. The cat's clearly cut out. You see his ears been cropped right here, and it's missing up here. This was definitely cut out using a lasso tool, either a magnetic lasso or a lasso tool. And this bear's ear is also cropped out flat here, so this has also been cropped, obviously. So this is not an AI generated image, and even if part of it is, I don't believe that. Obviously, the entire thing is not entirely created by artificial intelligence. Absolutely, Father Time. Thank you so much for the information, brother. I appreciate. Hey, Alex. Thank you as well, my man. It's very kind of you, Alex. Ricardo asks, why doesn't AMC issue dividends? Well, there are loan covenants, which means restrictions, that prevents AMC from issuing dividends. And AMC paid off one of those loan covenants today. They issued 23 million shares at a $7.11 average and paid off a $165 million loan with a 10%, 12% cash payment in kind, note debenture, basically. And that's been paid off entirely now. So AMC has about $750 million in cash on hand and paid off that 2026 note that was preventing them from issuing a dividend. So now they are one step closer to being able to restructure their debt and to issue a dividend as well. Cannibalist, it's not if they have outstanding debt, but if a certain covenant restricts them because of that debt. And that is the 2026 loan that they paid off. Alex asks, how can they get away with halting so much? Illegal? Well, like I said, I've said it several times. I'll say it one more time briefly. Because the criminals that naked short and run the markets are the ones that are in charge of the Limit Up, Limit Down committee that institutes the halts. State Street, Citadel, Jane Street, Goldman Sachs, and a few others, BlackRock, etc., are the ones that are on the chairs of the committee, of advisory committee. Yeah, CJ, that's right. The little bears are in the pockets of the big bears. That's exactly what I was thinking too. And they are underwater. And they're all relaxing right now. They're relaxing, laying back, kicking their feet up. And the cat, either the cat system or the roaring kitty or both, are about to sneak the fuck up on them. That's right. And yeah, we are now at 7 halts on GameStop and 2 halts on AMC. Just moving some things around here. Jim and Amy, both very low volume at this very second. I think it's being withheld again, as the volume is being suppressed right now. I think they're trying to crush the IV, trying to push the price down right now. And I think that this will continue until the after-hour session. And then again, like I told you guys, I think in the after-hour session, we do see AMC bouncing back up. Bouncing back up. My little one's a little mad. She'll be all right though. Yeah, here's the the bullish pennants here as well. I'll make that a different color so it doesn't interfere with the other line. Too many blues on there. Let's go with dark yellow. Checks out. On the 15-minute chart, especially. I could have probably gotten more accurate with that as if I zoomed in a little bit more, but I think it's good enough. I can already see it. I don't need the lines to tell me what's there. But yeah, it looks like it's going to trade within this zone. Break out in the after hours here on the downside. Same thing. And then again in the after hours, it's going to trading underneath it right now. It's probably going to keep doing this. And then in the overnight or tomorrow, break out to the upside. That's what I'm seeing. And GME is the same shit. He's the same shit. Let's see. Let's get it right here. Click this thing right here. Here's where the breakout started, so let's put that there. Take it to here. To another one this way. Seems too far down. Maybe I should go to the top of the candle. I hate the way Weeble's charts work. Can't even get it to place where I want it to. Oh, that's the wrong line entirely. Okay. That's the one I have from earlier. With the 60-second trend line. $60 trend line going that way. We need to grab it from the downward movement, as a matter of fact. Yep. So that means this line is incorrectly placed as well. But I don't need that one anyway. Just need to stretch this line. There we go. And again, the same thing that shows that after hours, when it consolidates more, TA shows a theoretical bounce. And the same thing for AMC. AMC to the $10, maybe even the $11 mark. GameStop to the $60 mark on the 15-minute chart. Let's take a look at the indicators here. The vortex indicator is bearish for now, but it supports the TA for it to be bearish now and then turn bullish later on in the day and in the after hours. So, anyways, I'm back, baby. Well, I've been here the whole time, but I'm back paying attention to the chat. I was focused on the chart for a little bit. We scroll up a little bit so I can catch up with you guys. Jeremy asks, what does the chart on AMC look like in comparison to 3 years ago? Same thing as we saw in January and June of May of 2021. This is what it looks like. It shows very similar. Sharon, I'm sorry for your loss. May she rest in peace. Reef, I never said that they can't be manipulated, just so you know. I simply said that the after hours and the pre-market does not allow for limit up, limit down halts. That's the difference. That picture is a Barca lounger, and Barclays has 120,000 shares short on AMC. Hey, that's interesting. Is that a Barca lounger? I've never heard of that personally, but of course, it could very well be. Jim, see if I've heard of a leap call. I mean, of course I've heard of leap call. I just spent 30 minutes explaining the leap call theory earlier today. I tweeted about it last night. The leaps expire this Friday, the 17th. It did that in June, run after pump on a descending wedge. That's right, on the descending wedge. That's why I call it a bullish wedge, a bull wedge, or a bull not pattern, pennant, a bullish pennant. Because the descending wedge gets smaller and smaller and consolidates further and further until it reaches the end of the pennant and then breaks out to the upside. Anthony, I'm not saying GME is or isn't going to 100. I just said where I think it's going to go according to the technical analysis in the after hours. And I mean, not even the after hours, in the overnight session. Not even the after hours, overnight session. You have to know the difference between the two. How does the German stock exchange work and why are there no halts there? Because Germany doesn't allow the kind of market manipulation that the United States allows. And there are no limit up, limit down halts in the German markets. The cat is sneaking up on the bears who think they're sitting pretty relaxed. That's right. That's what I think. Mama Bear says, thank you for educating us, boss. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here with me. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, Sammy, that's it. FFIE is institution owned. I sold my calls at 92 cents. Cool. Were you even able to get calls? I didn't even see if there was any available on FFIE because I have no interest in trading it personally. But yeah, no. When there's that much institutional ownership on a stock, and I'm talking like 98, 99%, I don't want to have anything to do with it. You know what I mean? I do like, AMC and GameStop are completely different. Even stocks like Tesla I like because there's huge retail ownership. But, stocks like HKD, FFIE, shit like that, there's not a lot of retail ownership. And because of that, there's no security net of any kind, no safety. What is going on with the UVIX? Well, the VIX, the volatility index, and the UVIX is being greatly crushed right now due to the SPY pump based off the definition changes on the CPI reports. The calculations were changed to remove the price of cocoa beans and vegetable oil as well as other things that are massive. Did I say cocoa? I meant coffee beans. Massive parts of the American diet. So they removed those from the CPI report in order to make inflation look lower than it actually was. But even still, they're calculating it at 3.4%. However, if you calculate inflation as the same calculations it used to be in the late 80s and early 90s, inflation's actually closer to 23%. So, I'm sorry, not 23%, 17%. It used to be well over 23%. Earlier this year, if you even calculate the same as it used to be in the late 80s and early 90s. And the only reason that it's lower is because the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury purposely changed the calculation to remove the weight of certain products in order to make it appear as less of a problem than it really is. Let's see what else is popping along. It sounds like a slot machine in the background. That's funny. Yeah, my kid's playing Minecraft. She's going to town over there. Sharon says, my little brother lives in Austin and works for Charles Schwab. That's pretty cool. I believe Charles Schwab is located here near Dallas, near me actually. So maybe he's a remote worker or he probably works at a separate office or a financial advisory office or something along those lines. Let's take a look and see what piece of shit Jim Cramer said. Just because I'm interested in seeing, not because I care what he says. Here's the Roaring Kitty tweet. The latest one. I'm going to pull up the Jim Cramer tweet on my other screen and bring it over. GameStop 38 bucks, AMC 542. uh, Jim Cramer is literally just trying to cause a problem with retail investors, as you guys all know. He says GME is still too high versus the comps. Need more funny emojis. A bear sitting in a recliner. And that's why Roaring Kitty posted this tweet immediately after. So that right there to me proves this is a real Roaring Kitty, in my opinion. You can believe what you want, but yeah. There's a, you know, the bullshit campaign by Shorts trying to make people believe that it's not really Keith Gill, which I think is absolutely retarded. No offense to anybody challenged, of course. That's right. Ben says they're in Southlake, Texas, near DFW. Absolutely. That's right. They are in Southlake. That's correct. One of the richest neighborhoods in the area. Lisa, you're very welcome. According to the Options Clearing Corporation, over 3.1 billion shares of GameStop are now on loan, more than 10 times the entire float of the stock. Sounds about right. No, they cannot roll the leaps because the leaps are worthless. So they have to exercise. That's their only option, is to exercise the leaps. And that pushes on the risk to the market maker and off of the short hedge fund. And Jaina says that you are in Capel, is that right? Are you in Capel? At the Amazon location? Yeah. And Tim is in Capel, South Lake School Board being sued for racism, but yes, wealthy. Not entirely surprised, just generally speaking, you know. New kitty tweet just popped, just dropped. Here it is. And the last 3 tweets are directed at Jim Cramer. Donald, I believe I agree with you. Last 2 videos stars Jim Carrey, same initials as Jim Cramer. Too much of a stretch? No, I don't think that's much of a stretch at all. Hollywood, would I get in trouble for choking out Jim Cramer? I don't think anybody would care, my man.
Is that the best you can do?
There's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do.
He'll turn back. He'll be too afraid. There she blows. Give me some lightning. Again. Hit him again. God's sake, Chris. The whole world is watching. We can't let him die in front of a live
GameStop's
audience.
making a
In
run.
front of a live audience.
Not a huge one, but it's making a run. Turning around right now. 39 bucks. Yeah, I did see this tweet earlier. Yeah, there is over 3.1 billion shares of GameStop on loan right now, for those of you guys that are unaware. 3.1 billion shares of GME on loan. That is 10 times all of the shares that should be in existence. So, this data is from the Options Clearing Corporation. And if the Options Clearing Corporation is telling us that there are 10 times the number of shares on loan that should exist, that is proof of synthetic shares, right? Now, this is obvious here. These are directed at, several of these are directed at Jim Cramer. The bears, the big bears relaxing in a chair while the little bears are underwater. Get it? Underwater. And they're in the pockets of the big bears with the cat ready to surprise them, ready to pounce right behind them. JC, Jim Cramer, Jim Carrey, same initials as Jim Cramer, freaking out about losses for hedge funds. And then right here, there's no rescue boat. He won't know what to do. He'll turn back. He's too afraid. These guys are manipulating Jim Carrey, right? And the character is saying, there she blows. They're creating a fake storm. We all have all seen the Truman Show. It's not a real storm. They're creating a fake storm, trying to scare him away with lightning and wind and rain. And guess what? He makes it to the end. He continues. He perseveres. He almost drowns. And he makes it to the end. And when he gets to the end, he's free. Make it what you will. Thank you, Wolfie, for sharing that screenshot with me as well, so I could share that. Woody. Woody, you make up a good point, but I'm not going to even bring that up, only because I don't care about that guy. I think he's a clout chaser. I think he's a grifter. I don't think he's an actual GameStop investor or AMC investor. So not even going to bring him up on my channel. Not you, Woody, but the guy you're talking about. If you guys are wondering who I'm talking about, let's just say it doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. Right? And yeah, it's definitely looking like they're moving to the upside, having a bit of a move back, tracing back upwards to where it came from. GameStop from $36 up to $39. AMC from $488 and recently as low as $520, back up to $540 now at the moment. Both the stocks are only down 20% now so far on the day. And of course, Jim Cramer trying to turn retail against Adam Aaron and company, trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing that AMC just paid off $163 million worth of debt, which is amazing, of course. And GameStop and AMC stocks still looking exactly the same. If I took away the tickers and the prices and I looked at them side by side, I would not know which one is which. I would have absolutely no idea. It would be like throwing a dart. Could be either one. Woody Wooderson, AMC for All, says, for those who can't grasp simple concepts, the whole AA stopped the run with debt clearance. Why is the GameStop chart exactly the same? Exactly. If AMC paying off $164 million in debt by issuing 23 million shares stopped the AMC run, then why would GameStop and COS and all the other meme stocks look exactly the same? They wouldn't, obviously. So, Anybody else who believes that, honestly, I think you're either uneducated in the stock or you're pushing false narratives. But the stocks are moving in unison. So you can't say that they're not. They're moving exactly the same. And they look the exact same. Right at the top of that range right here on AMC from the 15-minute mark chart that we did grab earlier. Gway's World, my TA indicates $10 for AMC through the overnight session and the and the pre-market tomorrow. It does not indicate $10 today. That doesn't mean it can't happen. That just means that I'm not seeing it happen until after the market close, into the after hours, into the overnight session and the pre-market tomorrow. Same thing for GameStop. The TA indicates $60 a share for GameStop. Not right now, but through the overnight and into tomorrow. Take a quick peek at Pineapple Holdings. While nobody is looking, PEGY is made up 34% on 99% utilization. AMC right back to 556 again. TA stands for technical analysis, for those who asked. Technical analysis means looking at the chart and the indicators that you can see there. Somebody look at the new Practical Stocks post. I don't subscribe to Practical Stocks because I think he's a shill. Ricky Ray, correct. AMC was at 100% utilization for a year, which is further conviction. Matthew Roy, how do you unwind naked shorts? You buy the stock. Thoughts on BB? Well, elaborate. Steven asks, how many new apes are you feeling have joined the team this week? Honestly, I think that there's hundreds of thousands, if not million plus new retail investors in AMC and GameStop. Between all the coverage, from DJT stock and former congressman and now CEO of Truth Social, Devin Nunes, Donald Trump, Roaring Kitty, the other people out there that are also even guys like what's his name, Tate, right, and all these other guys. Like them or not, the fact that they're talking about these issues is important, and that's bringing eyes onto the stocks. The 13 crossing the 48. Yep, right on schedule, right? Right on schedule. Chris is a resurrected ape. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. So I have a feeling that there's a significant number of people that have rejoined or that have joined for the first time. And look at those candles. Now the stocks are only down 18% of the day after a massive 350% gain over the last 2 days. So not much of a surprise. A GME butterfly on the 15 minutes. NJ double. I can't say I really see it, but it's a little bit of an angled picture, so I may just not be able to see it properly. Back up to 555 and 39.30 for Amy and Jimmy. Excuse me. Look at that. AMC back to 555. GameStop right approaching $40. Both the stocks looking the same. Very, very, very similar. The movements have trended right along with each other. And you know what? I am going to play a song. It is a song that we created not long ago. Well, my friend, or this guy who was an active part of the community. I haven't seen him in a while, but his name was Zabi, so props to him for making it. And there's a bit of a remix here from a guy named Drunk Platypus. Look at that. Jimmy's going. Jimmy's going. I have to go take a leak real quick, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. GameStop at $40. GameStop at $40, $39.99. Be right back in 2 minutes. All right, boys. Should I play the song? Oh, no, but I got to play the song. We're going to be so goddamn rich. Let's fucking go. We're going to be so goddamn rich.
I think it's time to blow this thing. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting fucking rich.
I want my fucking money. Griffin, I want my fucking money. Yeah, motherfucker.
original,
They're
aren't you?
yelling, give me the fucking money.
Filthy, stinking, fucking rich.
Get the goddamn money printer out.
Housing is fucked.
Great. Fucking market's gonna crash. It's gonna be ridiculous. Keep it classy.
I didn't make this song, but I don't hate it. Shout out to Drunk Platypus for the remix. Well, that's the best part. 4078 for Jimmy.
Goddamn right. Rich as fuck.
Excuse me while I pack a bowl. Fucking degenerates. Good timing for the song, huh?
Cheers, motherfuckers. We're gonna be so fucking rich. God, I love that obnoxious fuck.
Look at that, guys. $41.40. $5.63. GME and Amy, respectively. Now, you gonna tell me the stocks don't look the same? Come on now. Who are you kidding? You're only kidding yourself. You're only kidding yourself. See, all we had to do was play the song. All we had to do was play the song. Look. Excellent. Power Hour for the win. Yes. Amy and Jimmy. Following each other to the T. Now, do I have to say I told you so? Do I? Do I? Nah, I don't. Zed says, boss, please don't get a lamp. Don't worry. I'm not going to get either a lamp or a Dwayne the Cock Johnson. That's for sure. I don't subscribe to that gay shit. No offense to anybody that might be queer. That's all your thing. Have fun. But that ain't my thing. GameStop, 42.25 and climbing. AMC, 566 and climbing. Just making sure everything's all right down there. Sounded like a bunch of dishes, but it's all good. I'm not making fun of gay people. I'm making fun of Trey's Trades. And his Dwayne the Cock Johnson fucking dildo. Either you know, if you know, you know. Donald brings up a good point. Do any of you remember God Pill? Where's Zenbak? Zenbak knows. It sounds like Tom and Jerry down there. Yeah, it does. Oh, man, that's funny. Yeah, this mic is just so... It picks up so much. And I have it set to only pick up around here, but it just does a good job picking everything up. The house is very open floor plan, and they're on the other side of the house, down in the kitchen on the other floor. But that was loud, for sure. Right, here we go. Look, let's see if they're going to try and separate out the stocks. Look, now that would be a green candle if it wasn't for the fact that the price ended on a downtick. Nope. Oh, look, AMC's coming down, GME's coming down. So There we are. They're going to try and bring them down a little bit. GameStop up to $42.35, back to $40.78. AMC up to $5.66, $5.67, now down to $5.45. They are down 15% for GameStop, 19% for AMC right now. Yeah, Expo, RSI, and MACD. Chris says somewhere under a tree in Arizona, Godpill is secretly taking all the credit for the squeeze. Somebody asked if I seen a douchebag review dork made a video on AMC. No, but I'm not surprised that he's back trying to gain more clout. Expo says Astro was the worst of them in my opinion. Selling algos, memberships. MF was a leech. I forgot about that guy even existed. Thank you so much for the stream, boss. Anthony, you're very welcome, my friend. Shout out to you, Anthony. Cross Doji Candle on the daily for the GME. I could see it. Cody over here like, tomorrow's the day, idiots. Oh, man. Let me get this out of the way. Look at that. See how those candles were red moments ago? And now they've turned green. What is going on, Weeble? What the f are you doing, guys? That was weird. AMC at 535. Looking at the big red candle there towards the end of the day. We have got 32 minutes left in the trading session. RD, thank you, my friend. I'm glad you're learning a lot. You know, that's the point, is to share and learn from each other. That's the entire point, my guy. Anabolic Russ. I held on to half my calls for Friday, $8. I sold some yesterday. Nothing wrong with taking some profits and hanging on to the other calls so you can make more profits. AMC market on loan balance versus hedge loan balance. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. The AMC market loan balance versus hedge loan balance. AMC is over 150% shorted according to the data. This data appears to show that stock loan SEC data balance for AMC shows that AMC is over 150% shorted right now. That's interesting. Not surprised, but that's interesting. NJ Devil showing the same as the AMC butterfly and GameStop butterfly he posted earlier, showing that they trade the same, and I believe you are absolutely correct, my friend. Looks like AMC is running ahead of GameStop just slightly, in the sense that it's making the move and then GameStop's following right along with it. That's what it seems to be doing right now. And that could obviously switch at any time, but that's what appears to be happening. That beep you heard just there was a quick price change alert, by the way. They have brought AMC down to 530 and GameStop down to 39. And meanwhile, silver continues to pick up steam. Silver's up to $29.70 per ounce spot price. Thank you, AMC for all. My guy, stop super chatting me $10, bro. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, really. Yeah, the Truman Show, Uric says the Truman Show post by Roaring Kitty is very fitting for what's going on right now. They're creating a fake storm. They're creating fake treachery, right? Fake rain, fake wind, fake waves, right? Fake darkness. That's what's happening right now, as we've been telling you guys all day, right? Look, there you go. Both of them with several red candles and then the green to follow. I'm still looking at $10 for AMC by tomorrow. Still looking at $60 for GameStop by tomorrow. The TA supports it. I could be wrong, but the TA supports it. Look at the RSI on the 4-hour chart. Cold as ice. Ready to turn around. Way oversold. Way oversold over the last 2 days. Take a look and see what else is popping on Twitterverse. Roaring Kitty's latest tweet.
But the soundtrack, man, it keeps egging you on to whoop some ass. Fury is a game where every boss fight feels like the final boss. They taunt you, they demand you get back in your prison cell, they pound you into a pulp, and even make you doubt the righteousness of your...
I can't play this whole thing. Well, I can show it, but I can't play it. It's basically talking about a video game, Fury, in which you're up against the final... Every boss is the final boss. That's what we're dealing with today. Naked Jockman with another excellent observation. You know how I keep saying that this is 2021 all over again? One similarity after another. The latest is being reported that hedge fund Renaissance Technologies added a new long position in GameStop and significantly has increased its position in AMC Entertainment during the first quarter. What happened in 2021? Renaissance, which held approximately 516,000 AMC shares by March 2021, more than tripled its stake in the firm. Cumulatively, Rentec now owns more than 1.8 million shares. And now, this last quarter, Renaissance increased their AMC position by 78% as well. Do me a favor, my friends. If you learned one new thing from this stream, drop a like for me. If you learned 2 new things, repost it on Twitter, share it somehow, so that other people can learn more about it as well. Trust me, tomorrow, they're going to thank you for it. Everlong, the final boss, but not the final fight. That's right. It's me, Dusty, says, I'm so lost about how the current news is for AMC. I'm coming back to it after a long while, but where are we with AMC? Is it going higher than $393.63? Please, I've been asking questions and no one is. I can't answer that question anyway. Do I think it's going higher? Yes, I told you guys that. Does that mean it's going to? No, but I bet on it. Big time. Big time. Now, anyways, AMC and GameStop's fundamentals have greatly improved over the last couple of years. AMC has $750 million in cash on hand. GameStop has over $1 billion in cash on hand. They have reduced their expenses and increased their EBITDA and revenues for multiple quarters in a row. And if you want more, look into my channel on YouTube or on Twitter, and you will find thousands of pieces of information from yesterday and the day before and the day before that and the day before that, going back over 3 years to get the information you're looking for. Marcia says, I've subscribed, first time here. Big shout out to my brother Jay for recommending this channel. Awesome. Hey, Marcia, welcome. And thank you, Jay, as well, for recommending the channel. I appreciate you both. We are in for a ride, especially if you have patience. Paytience. Patience. Because that's what it takes to get paid. Yeah, AMC and GameStop are up like 85% this week. So people that are complaining about AMC being down 17% and GameStop being down, or 20% and GameStop being down 18%, really need to look at the big picture a little bit more. The big picture, right? That's why we say when you're in doubt, zoom out. AMC was at $2 last week. AMC, or 2 weeks ago. GameStop was at $10 2 weeks ago. We're looking at higher highs and higher lows consistently. Michael Burry is back as well, in case you guys are wondering. Michael Burry has reactivated his Twitter account. So now we have Michael Burry, Andrew Tate, Paper Hands Portnoy, and Roaring Kitty have all returned and have been talking about the stock. Well, Burry hasn't been talking about anything, but he's back. He reactivated his Twitter account, for the first time in over a year. Now you want to talk about shorts and short volume? Take a look at this. AMC, total short volume reported has been over 161 million shares out of 327 total volume reported yesterday. 156 million short shares versus out of 336 million reported. Now, I don't even know how accurate that is because there was over 500 million shares sold yesterday. Not even sold, but traded. Traded's the answer. Whether they were, I believe them all to be wash sales. A wash sale is when one firm trades one share or many shares over to one firm, and then that firm turns around and trades those shares right back. And they do that by bring down the price. So they set steadily lower and lower order prices to trade that share back and forth. Alternatively, they can also set orders and then cancel them prior to their execution. This is called spoofing. That brings down the share price. Cody brings up a great point. If everyone keeps this noise up, like loud as fuck, this could actually happen. Remember the dip before the rip last time? We aren't there. Keep going. Get louder. This dip is not as big as the dip that we had in 2021. In 2021, we saw a much bigger dip in the stocks than what we're seeing now. 16%, 20% is nothing. Seasoned meme stock investors are more than used to a 20% stock change in them. So this is no big deal. Ricky says, Kenny's plane's going to be in my driveway after this squeeze. That's great. Yeah, Lavelle, I've done the TA. I've shown it many, many times, and you're absolutely right. You can clearly see the pressure upwards. Roaring Kitty new tweets. GameStop right back towards 41 bucks. AMC right back towards 550. It's as if nothing had happened. They've just got very little to go to get back to where they were. They're still up over 80% on the week. No surprise.
You have to have dropped it. You have to have dropped it.
We have to have dropped it.
How can it move before I touch it?
From your point of view, you caught it. But from the bullet's point of view, you dropped it.
But cause comes before effect.
No, that's just the way we see time.
Well, what about free will?
That bullet wouldn't have moved if you hadn't put your hand there. Either way we run the tape, you made it happen. Don't try to understand it. Feel it.
I remember this. Don't try to understand it. Feel it. That's deep.
You have to have dropped it.
It's deep. I like that. See, and Roaring Kitty is telling a story here. He's talking to Jim Cramer, calling him out, saying, we're ready to pounce on the Bears. The Bears are underwater, even though they're relaxed right now. The media is trying to get us to freak out about the stock price. They're trying to make us weather the storm, trying to get us to scare us away to turn back. And retail's not doing that. Retail's not turning back. This is like a game in which we're fighting the final boss, where all the bosses are the final boss. There is no just one final boss. They're all super tough. And it's instinct. It's instinct.
No, that's just the way we see time.
Looks like they're pushing for a close for AMC at $5.50 and GameStop at $39 and change. Probably $39.80 or something, just shy of $40. We will see how that moves along. Yeah, Tenet was kind of wild and crazy, but it was an entertaining movie, right? And I don't remember if I even liked it or disliked it. I just remember thinking that the movie was interesting. Entertaining, to say the least. Ricky Ray just comes to tell me that silver is 5 cents from being $30 an ounce. $30 an ounce. That's great. So people keep asking me about BB, about BlackBerry. And to be honest with you, I'm not a fan of BlackBerry the company. So, I mean, I don't really have much to say about BlackBerry. I don't think that they're a great company. I don't prescribe to their fundamentals. So, they don't really mean much to me. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Hang on one second. Stay online. Hold on one second. I gotta mute it for this one. No, I think I might buy more. I think that that's exactly what I'm looking at. These prices are too good. All right. Let me take a peek right now. All right, bye. Yeah, I'm gonna buy more. I'm a degenerate. What are you gonna do? $10 more contracts? No, I think I'm gonna buy 40 more contracts. Phil, motherfucker. Done. Jimmy's looking in good shape as well. They opened up the strike price on GME way high though. All the way up to $128 on GME. And even those contracts are expensive. But there's 3,800 open interest on the $100 strike already. And those are selling for 66 to $68 a piece. Well, 66 cents, which of course, $68. Those are YOLOs expiring this week. I'd be a lot more mad if I missed out than if I would have spent and lost a few bucks. Free Like Summer says, this means silver is squeezed on both ends, supply and demand. A repeat of 2011 with a $50 high. RDNTH says, boss, why are you buying more? I think I explained that throughout the period of the day. If I'm correct, and the leaps do expire this week, the 39-month leaps, then there will be more buying of shares. 3.8 billion shares out on loan on GameStop, more than 12 times the float. Most are 3-day options. They need to be covered. GME 100 plus very soon, and never seen it this crazy. Susan, I like the way you think. The way they can short heavily, I won't buy those. Seems like a trap. Understandable, Lisa. I don't blame anybody for being hesitant. Cody, this is not about GME only. This is about a lot of things on the markets. This is about AMC and GameStop, silver and gold, Volkswagen, MMAT, costs, heavily shorted anything. Anything. That's what I want people to realize. I love GameStop. I love AMC. But that doesn't mean it's the only place to put your money. Real money. Right here. That's the sound of real money. And it's up to $30 an ounce today. So yeah, all you silver stackers, it's up to $30 an ounce. I'm not sure if I understand your question, Cody. I see maybe I misunderstood. Like, what this week, GME only? Like, I'm not giving financial advice, my friend. I don't give financial advice. I give out information, and you need to go out and use that information, do your homework on it, do your own due diligence based off of it, and figure out what makes sense for you, what your risk tolerance is, what you're willing to lose, what you want to make, and so on. Okay, bye. David says, I've loved this journey for 3 years, Ape, brothers and sisters. Yep. Sluggo, 2021 was like 100-point dips. Yep, that's right. Selma, closing over 41, market. That'd be nice to see. That's for sure. Yeah, we were trying to put everyone on to silver last year when it was at $17 an ounce. Last year when silver was on at $17 an ounce, we were trying to put everybody on and be like, look, guys, silver is extremely undervalued. It's got a long way to go up. It's got much more potential than gold. Again, also from a percentage standpoint. I consider silver to be like AMC and gold to be like GameStop. Gold is at a higher price and has a higher total price point, but silver has a higher percentage possible gain from a fundamental and a squeeze. From the fundamental and the squeeze side. Robert, I would say, I'm not even going to answer that question, to be honest with you, my friend, but put it this way. Have you ever heard Bob Marley say, what do you mean by rich? My friend, I'm already rich. I've got friends and family and my own businesses, my companies, and I'm blessed. I have health, thank God. My family is healthy. My friends are here with me right now. And we're having the time of our lives. So I'm already rich. Larea Tidentata, I did the math. If this doesn't happen, I lose money I've lived happily without for the last 3 years. But if it does go through, I change the lives of myself and my family forever. Well said. Very eloquently stated, my friend. Pseudo says we're living our best lives. Adam Collins talking about the silver to gold ratio. Bingo. I think it's about 64 right now, the silver to gold ratio. And that's extremely bullish for silver. IC says perspective is everything. Rich is just a word that we assign the meaning to, like all things. Silver has the most patents out of any metals. That's correct, Ricky. And it also has the most industrial uses. Pharmaceuticals, solar panels, batteries, EV batteries, and many, many other things cannot be made without silver. If you want to make gold jewelry, for example, you literally need silver. You can't make gold jewelry without some silver in it. Mike, every Tomahawk missile has 500 ounces of silver. It's gone forever after it's used. It's blown up, exploded into pieces. That's absolutely right, man. Vic, what'd you say up there? Hey, man, thanks for the super chat. It's nice of you. Quick question. Is owning silver just a backup currency, or do you plan on selling it later on like stock? My friend, silver is the real money. Okay. This is toilet paper. This and this are the same. There's no difference here. You might as well wipe your ass with either fucking one of them, okay? This, fuck, I can barely pick this up. Damn, it's fucking heavy. This is real money. If there is a financial collapse, if the US dollar crashes, if any dollar crashes, I can sell this for any denomination currency, any currency in the world, any central bank, any car dealer, any real estate agent, any person will take this, and then you can transfer this into anything in the world. Or you could just cut off a little piece of it, break off a little piece, or use smaller ones, use smaller coins, depending on what you have and what you want. Different sizes if you want to sell them off or buy something. I can go out right now and buy a car. I can buy land. I can buy a house. I can buy food. I can buy anything. I can buy guns if I wanted to. I could buy stocks with this if I wanted to. You know, you could buy anything with it. But this toilet paper, this toilet paper, this garbage I showed you guys, we got 1 minute till close. AMC and GameStop about to close it. Just at $39.80. AMC at $5.40. If the US dollar collapses, I have silver that I can turn into any denomination currency in the world if I wanted to transfer it for more paper. This paper is backed by nothing. This silver is needed for millions of things. This paper might as well be firewood. We are closing right now. Didn't I tell you guys earlier that GameStop was going to close around $39.80 and AMC was going to close under $5.50? Now, that is what I expect. And I still expect them to move upwards very heavily by tomorrow. So don't use that as financial advice. That's what the TA shows me. And that's what the patterns show. History doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes. So, Vic, I hope I answered your question, my friend. Rock the Grouch says, if the U.S. dollar crashes, no one will care about silver or gold. They'll care about potatoes and bread. That's real value. My friend, I could not disagree with you more. We closed out the day for GameStop $39.50 and AMC at $5.48. GameStop $39.57, AMC $5.48. If the U.S. dollar crashes, you will have no way to buy anything. No way to buy anything. Do you have a farm? Do you have other things that you can trade with people? No, I didn't think so. But here, you can't make medicine without silver. You can't make a battery without silver. You can't make weapons without silver. And my daughter's going to put on a concert, apparently. Hi, baby. Come here. Come say hi. Sharon, have a great night. Manifest, thank you as well. I told her not to right now because it's loud, you know. Why did GME flash for $62 at a second for close? Because that is the JP Morgan borrowing window in which there is crime committed. That's why, my friend. Birdie, nice day again. Solid recovery. They tried and they failed. Thanks, boss. Good night, all. Cheers, my friend. And look at what's happening with GameStop right now. $41 right now in the after hours. AMC not moving just yet, but I bet you it follows along. Oh, look at that. They pulled them apart. They have separated them. Did they swap them right now? Did they just do a swap and now start pulling GameStop up? Yeah, it sure looks like that's what's going on. Looks like they're gonna let Jimmy go for a run right now, ladies and gentlemen. Woody says, silver has value anywhere in the world at any time. Always has in all of history and always will. And that remains to this very day. We are going for a walk with Jimmy in the after hours. Walking uphill to $41.50 a share. It has been swapped against Amy, it looks like. And Amy is completely flat in the after hours. Almost 0% change right now on it. But Jimmy is up 3% right now, 3.5%. This is interesting. SGD, what would it mean if AMC and GME start changing paths? Not a whole lot until it starts happening for a long period of time, but for a short while. Between now, you know, for a few minutes or for a day or for an overnight session, it's not uncommon to see them separate paths and then come back together the following day. I'm used to seeing that like we did in 2021. That's right, Captain Awesome. Silver is used for computers and cell phones as well. Cannot make a cell phone or a computer without silver. There's a lot of silver in cell phones, actually. A lot of people don't know that. What movies is this from? I recognize this. He put out a Matrix tweet, too. Let's check this one out first. It's a Radiohead playing in the background. What's he got in his hand there? Does anybody know exactly what he's got there? Huh. I'm interested to see what happens on the next tweet, that's for sure.
Again.
But I don't want to go among mad people.
Oh, you can't help that. Most everyone's mad here. You may have
He
noticed
sets a gas trail on fire.
that
Thanks.
I'm not all there myself. And the more us out of breath.
Go ask Alice
When she's 10 feet tall, time to fly. Red pill or blue pill? Alice in Wonderland. Seeing a recurring theme here. That was cool. I like that. That was cool. Oh, now AMC's candles have changed from red to green, and now they look the same as GameStop's. Surprise. Just on a smaller frame, because it's in the pennies instead of in the dollars. Because it's at a single digit instead of double digits. This is the hedgies right now. Just halted some more. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I messaged Bigums a bit ago. He said he was going to go live for a minute and then he was going to hop on this channel. I don't know if he still intends to or not. But probably going to go get some food. And then I will be right back. I think I will be right back with another one. Cheers, my friends. Catch you.